Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Tuesday, January 24th, 2023 County of Placer Board of Supervisors meeting. We will begin with a flag salute led by County Executive Officer Jane Christensen.
Please join me in the pledge. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Would like to welcome Supervisor Landon to our first Tahoe meeting. Welcome, Supervisor Landon. We will now move to the consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda have been recommended for approval by the County Executive Department. All items will be approved by a single roll call vote. Anyone may ask to address consent items prior to board taking action, and the item may be moved for discussion. Are there any items from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would like to pull item 17C 1 through 3
Okay,
for a little further discussion.
okay. Any other items from the board? Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to move an item up for discussion? Is there anyone online? All righty, then I will entertain a motion to approve the remaining items.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
I believe there is a recusal needed on consent.
yeah.
Thank you, Karen, for reminding me. Yes, I need to recuse on item 15A on the agenda. My husband's firm does do work for the Tahoe City Lodge.
Okay. Then, if there are any public comment on consent? Seeing none, I'll entertain. Oh, here we go. Oh. Hello.
Good morning. My name is Stephanie Morris. I'm the Director of Legal and Regulatory Affairs at the Truckee Meadows Water Authority. I'm not asking to pull any items from consent. I just wanted to express appreciation on item number 20, which is a contract for land tender. And the Truckee Meadows Water Authority provides water to 440,000 residents in Reno, Sparks, and parts of Washoe County. So you may be wondering why I care about this issue. But 80% of our water supply is surface water that comes from the Truckee River. And our drought storage is almost exclusively in reservoirs surrounded by U.S. Forest Service land in California. That includes Donner Lake, Independence, Stampede, Boca, and Prosser reservoirs. So Truckee Meadows Water Authority is interested in and appreciative of Placer County doing this large-scale planning for fuels reduction and forest management. And we are part of a MOA with the Forest Service, the Nature Conservancy, NFF, National Forest Foundation, as well as the Truckee River Watershed Council. And we're doing our own planning in the Middle Truckee River Watershed, which starts from essentially the dam in Tahoe City and goes almost all the way out to Sierraville. And I think this type of large regional planning is important, and I think this work that you are approving will prove useful for the region, and this work can nest and build on each other to increase the scale and scope of this type of work. So thank you very much, and we appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. So, I need a motion to approve the remaining items.
I'll move approval of the consent agenda.
I'll second.
It's been moved by Supervisor Gore and seconded by Supervisor Landon to move the remaining items on the consent agenda. Pardon? Oh, Jones. Okay. You have to let me know. So it's been a motion by Supervisor Gore and a second by Supervisor Jones to approve the remaining items on the consent calendar. Do we need a roll call?
Yes, I do.
This is a roll call vote. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Gore?
Aye.
Landon?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Gustafson?
Aye on everything other than 15A 1 through 3.
And
I'm
Holmes.
recusing.
Aye, yeah. So we don't have to take 15A separately?
No, we do not.
No, okay, great. All right, then we'll move to item 17C 123, which I believe is on page 433 of our packet. Oh, there it is, right there. Did you want to bring it forward?
No, I would just like a little further discussion on the topic. I have constituents that have concerns, and so just a little further discussion would be very helpful.
Chair Amy Ellis is on Zoom
Okay.
and can answer or give a quick presentation.
Mr. Dwelly, did you have a comment on this item?
Mr. Chairman, good morning. I'm Tom Dwelly. We're here to speak on the impending lawsuit with respect to the homeless camp. Would now be the appropriate time? We'll wait till it comes up on the agenda.
Yeah, you'll have to wait till it
Thank
comes
you.
up. All right, thank you. Okay, Amy Ellis, please proceed on this item. Are you down there? There you are. Can't hear you.
We can't. We're trying to work out her audio right now.
Oh, okay.
Chair, could we move to the next item and we will work through the audio issue on her side?
Okay. We will move now to board member reports. Any board member reports? Oh, excuse me. Oh, I'm sorry. This is the time for public comment. Persons may address the board on items not on this agenda. Please limit comments to 3 minutes per person since the time allocated for public comment is 15 minutes. If all comments cannot be heard.
Okay, I'm standing by, but you guys can still hear me on Teams, right?
Yeah. So we're moving forward on public comment, and we'll come back to you, Amy. If all items cannot be heard within the 15-minute time limit, the public comment period will be taken up at the end of the regular session. The board is not permitted to take any action on items addressed under public comment. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Wes Moody. My wife and I have a home in Meadow Vista and also here in Agate Bay, both in District 5 with Cindy Gustafson's district. I volunteer my time with Tahoe Nordic Search and Rescue. And as you know, you just approved on the consent agenda a $2,000 allotment for the Great Ski Race, which will be held on March 5th. The Great Ski Race is Tahoe Nordic Search and Rescue's major fundraiser. The proceeds from that race, as well as donations that we receive during the course of the year, go to training and equipment that allow us to continue searches and save lives. And on behalf of the entire team, I would like to thank the Board of Supervisors for making this donation. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for your service on that. Good morning.
Good morning, Ellie Waller. Today I'm here, I know you can't answer any questions. The TRPA published a January 25th meeting notification with an additional day on the 24th. I will be going before them tomorrow with a similar comment. This it wasn't disclosed on their front page where they talk about their meetings. There is a tour this afternoon here for the Kings Beach Community Revitalization Programs. If you didn't look at the TRPA agenda, you as a Placer County person doesn't know this is happening today. We were also notified today by Jeff Cowan that there might be some Tahoe Basin Area Plan amendment presentation or questions and answers. Again, the public has no idea that this is going on this afternoon at 2:30. I'm really concerned that, there is no transparency in this issue. I wish there would have been better disclosure. I mean, a bunch of us can reach out to people today, but I am really concerned that none of this really has been made for public consumption.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ann Nichols,
Hi, Ann.
Tahoe Preservation Alliance. I'm struck by all the woman power here, and it must be very
telling me.
lonely, Jim.
Yeah, it's all right.
It's kind of scary.
It's
maybe.
about time.
Anyway, what I wanted to talk about today was the Prosperity Center, who profits from this? Who prospers, rather? You know, they are a nonprofit, started in 2010, and you guys approved, I guess, 110,000 last month to go towards the Prosperity Center. Well, and they are used as the justification for the Tahoe Basin Area Plan amendments, and they've done some data gathering, which is lovely, but it's stuff you can just get off the internet and from the census, so it's not like earth-shattering. And my concern and our concern is that it's financially disturbing what they're proposing, and I guess you've adopted it. They want a first-year investment of $677,000. This is from the whole lake and from the private people too. $240,000 a year for workforce housing, programmatic costs, $200,000 for marketing and branding. They're changing their name to Tahoe Inc. Or maybe it's just like another name. $150,000 a year for 2 part-time employees, $10 million for workforce housing activities and programs, $10 million for business startups, $20 million a year for mobility programs, eventually increasing cumulatively to over $1 billion over 25 years. This is all on their website, Tahoe Prosperity Center, and it's the playbook. It's serious stuff. It's certainly not plain. The true beneficiaries of this giant proposal remains unclear. Oversight is unclear. Who's going to watch this? Where's the money going? What is their efficacy in the past? Is this the best use of taxpayer money? And any commissioners with ties to the Prosperity Center, I know Cindy is co-chair, should recuse themselves from any discussions regarding votes or allotting monies, which I don't think it was done last month for the 105,000. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Anyone else wish to address us on closed session or public comment? I'm sorry.
Hello,
Hi.
my name is Brendan Gibbons. Thank you guys very much
Brendan.
for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I am speaking to bring attention to the challenges my family and I are having getting into workforce housing at Hopkins Village. We've been approved for the Martis Fund, and we have been in contract with the Hopkins Village now since last February. We have been moving along very slowly as the supply chain has been challenging for the builders to keep up with. So we're where we are now because of a lot of different issues, and we're just having a hard time finally closing the deal. My wife and I have been members of this community for over 30 years now. I started working at Alpine Meadows in 92, 93 as a lift operator, where I now am the director of snow surfaces at Palisades, Tahoe. My wife is a teacher at the Tahoe Expedition Academy and has been a founding teacher there, and she also was a member of the original founding teachers at the Lake Tahoe School way back when. My daughter graduated from Truckee High in 2018, and my son is currently a sophomore at the Tahoe Expedition Academy where my wife teaches. We are the perfect family for this workforce housing, and we've been having a very hard time. This has been going on for over a year now, and there appears to be some language within the deed agreement that Wells Fargo, a national lender, will not work with. And I am a little bit confused as to why there is an impediment like this that's preventing a family like ours from getting into workforce housing. We're watching the days tick by, and we're in a temporary house right now that we thought was only going to be 2 months. Now we're coming up on 11 months being in this house. My wife's recovering from a mastectomy, and I hate to pull that card out, but this has been a very challenging winter for us, in addition to everything that we've got going on like everybody else does with life. So I just would like the board to know that we need some assistance in amending or clarifying this deed agreement so that we can move forward and get into a house finally. We've been trying for so long, and we never thought we would get a house in the Lake Tahoe area, and it's feeling more and more likely. So if any assistance the board can give us to get this done would be much appreciated. We feel like we're the perfect family to be in this. We represent the community. We've been here for a long time. We're not going anywhere. So please, if there's anything you guys can do to help us through this, we would really appreciate it. And I'm going to say that helping us is going to help others as well. That we're not the only ones in this situation. There are houses up there now move-in ready, and we're ready to move in. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for bringing this issue to our attention this morning. I just learned about that this morning. Shauna Purvines, if you can raise your hand, is here today. She's our county deputy in charge of land use and community development. She's been advised of this as well, and she's here to help you hopefully work through those issues. So thanks for bringing it to our attention.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Any online?
We do have one online. Sandy, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Good morning, everyone, and members of the board. I am grateful to our process, which allows time for public comments to help you represent your constituents. Our Constitution, it's a beautiful thing meant to protect us from tyranny, amongst other things. So wonderful that just 2 weeks ago, we were able to witness our newly elected officials taking their oath to defend and uphold our constitutions. I am fortunate to reside in this wonderful county where I believe we have good and sincere elected officials on this board that will act accordingly to defend the rights of the people and make county level decisions that will allow the people to enjoy life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness as stated in our Declaration of Independence. I speak of this today because of news I've been made aware of that occurred in the state of Illinois recently, where their governor has overreached in his governance by signing into law HB 5471, also known as the Protect Illinois Communities Act. Despite its catchy label, this act bans the sale, purchase, and manufacturing of assault weapons and high-capacity magazines in their state. This act is unfortunately unconstitutional and infringes on Second Amendment rights. It saddens me to hear this news. However, on the other hand, I am pleased to know that sheriffs in that state are aware of their obligations to the people and have taken their oath seriously. Sheriffs in 90 counties have made statements and submitted letters stating that the law is unconstitutional and that they will not enforce it. One sheriff stated and reminds us that the right to bear arms for defense of life, liberty, and property is regarded as an inalienable right of the people. It is my goal here today to inform you of these activities in hopes that we can work ahead of something like this and along with our county sheriffs, ensure that our Second Amendment rights would also be protected here in Placer County should an overreach like this occur in our state. Thank you for your time and attention.
Sandy, we need your name for the record.
Sandy from Placer County.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? No. Has our technical difficulties been addressed?
Mr. Chair, it's Cindy, right down here.
Oh.
Sorry, you don't have your control panel today.
Oh.
I just wanted to correct one item on the record, and Ms. Nichols left, but I do not co-chair the Tahoe Prosperity Center. I co-chaired an effort they undertook underneath. I had nothing to do with the funding or decision-making on that process, but we'll respond to the public concerns about that.
Thank you. So we're ready to go to 17C? Okay, all righty. Amy Ellis.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Oh, yay. You made me very nervous before, but I'm glad you can hear me now. Good morning, Chair Holmes and members of the board. I am Amy Ellis. I'm Director of the Adult System of Care. We've been hard at work applying for state and federal funding to expand our behavioral health service continuum. The State Department of Healthcare Services was authorized through a 2021 legislation to establish the Behavioral Health Continuum Infrastructure Program, we call it BCHIP, to construct, acquire, and expand properties and invest in mobile crisis infrastructure related to behavioral health. There are 6 rounds of funding, so you'll hear me come back related to BCHIP frequently to your board. As a result of the legislation, they have been presented to county and other organizations as opportunities to expand our existing resources. Round 3 funds, which was considered the launch ready, was awarded to applicants who had projects that were ready to begin immediate work towards acquiring or repurposing land and space for behavioral health services and programs. Placer County was awarded 2 separate applications for these launch ready round 3 grant funds. One project will repurpose a county-owned property on the Placer County Government Center to operate a behavioral health service center, and the other was located at the Home Key 2 location in Roseville to add a behavioral health service center on the first floor. The 2 applications were approved by your board on April 19th, 2022, after Placer County was awarded both projects. We received additional funding related to the Home Key Round 2 project, specifically the project at 110 North Sunrise Avenue in Roseville, which is also the site for Project Home Key. And we received an increase in BCHIP Round 3 grant funds, grant award. The first floor of the Home Key site will be renovated to accommodate 12 to 16 adults in a 24/7 behavioral health respite center that is open to adult residents and the public. This project will provide an alternative option to restrictive and costly psychiatric health facility placements and could potentially serve individuals with substance use disorders as they await placement in the drug Medi-Cal treatment system. This fills a needed service gap in our community and avoids hospitalizations and unnecessary incarcerations. This is an innovative project as it's the only program that successfully received both Home Key and BCHIP funding in a singular location to co-locate behavioral health services within a supportive housing program location. This service will be open to anyone in the community, but also be a nice addition to residents who may need urgent behavioral health care access. An RFP will be done to select a provider of the behavioral health services who will co-locate and rent space from AMI Housing, who owns and operates the supportive housing program on site. This additional revenue was received due to an increase in construction costs from the time of the approval of our award to the time of the award of the funding. The environmental impact was approval of this contract action is exempt from any review pursuant to Section 15301 of the California Environmental Quality Act and is not a project pursuant to CEQA guidelines, Section 15378E. The revenue of $294,000 will be applied to the AMI contract. We combined it into the same contract where the Home Key renovation and construction costs went. So now that one singular contract will have the construction costs from the Home Key 3 grant and from the BCHIP grant within one contract. And AMI's leading the construction efforts of the project. And the funds will be appropriately budgeted into the HHS ASAC budget. As a result of receiving this award and the increase, I am bringing 5 action items to your board today. Item 1, action 1 is to adopt a resolution ratifying the Director of Health and Human Services grant application from the State Behavioral Health Continuum Infrastructure Program, Round 3, for a site at the Home Key Round 2 location, increasing the amount by $42,886 for a new total amount not to exceed $391,931, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services or designee to sign the resulting agreement and all related paperwork and to sign subsequent amendments up to $39,193, consistent with the agreement, subject matter, and scope of work with risk management and county council concurrence. Action 2, to approve an amendment to the agreement with Advocates for Mentally Ill Housing Incorporated, AMI Housing, to provide funding towards the capital improvements at the Home Key Round 2 site to increase funds by $352,000 for a total amount not to exceed $5,045,345, and increase the term by 6 months for a revised term of December 14th, 2021 through December 30th, 2023. And authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the agreement with risk management and county council concurrence and to sign subsequent amendments up to $100,000 consistent with the agreement's subject matter and scope of work with risk management and county council concurrence. The third is to authorize the Director of Health and Human Services or designee to execute a multi-year deed restriction with county council concurrent to AMI Housing in favor of the county or an amendment to the existing deed restriction for the Home Key Round 2 property as necessary for compliance with the BCHIP Round 3 grant. Fourth, to approve a fiscal year 22-23 budget amendment for the adult system of care in the amount of $294,000. And fifth, to make a finding that the requested contract actions are exempt from California Environmental Quality Act review pursuant to CEQA guidelines, section 15301. And the requested budget action is not a project pursuant to CEQA guidelines, section 15378B4. And I'm happy to answer any further questions on this item.
Thank you, Amy. Any questions from board members?
Yes, of course.
Supervisor Jones.
Hi, Amy. Thank you so much for that report. I was curious as to the Home Key project in Roseville. And do you know what the status is on that? How we're coming along on the construction?
They are actively in construction, and they are hoping to complete that project by late summer of this year, 2023.
Okay, and this new funding and what we're doing on the first floor, is that a change from the original plan? Where we're accommodating the extra folks?
The launch ready application, it became available not long after we secured the funding for the Home Key Round 3. So it was actually pretty early on within the planning, along with Jennifer Price from AMI. As we walked the property related to construction needs for Home Key, we both kind of mutually imagined that the space on the first floor could be an excellent location for treatment service delivery. So with kind of collaboration from AMI and county, we decided to apply for VCHIP Round 3 launch ready to acquire additional funding for constructions costs related to developing this innovative behavioral health treatment program on the first floor. AMI was clear that they didn't have the expertise to run that particular program, but they agreed to share space and help design and lead the construction efforts within the project.
Okay, so then the first floor is going to be renovated to accommodate 12 to 16 adults, but it's more for behavioral health purposes?
Exactly. So it'll be two separate programs. They'll end up being two the costs for constructions are going in the same contract, but the operation contract, once we get to an operator, will be two separate contracts. So we'll do an RFP, we'll choose a contractor, we'll contract for services. That would be separate from what AMI is providing in the same location for supportive housing.
Okay, and the rest of the folks from the second floor on up is, tell me about those folks, or I should say,
Yeah, so
remind me.
that would be just their place where they live. AMI will still have a service contract too to provide supportive housing services, which would be separate and distinct from these behavioral health services. So basically, they'll still receive what residents in supportive housing often receive: support with linkage to healthcare, support with linkage to behavioral health services or behavioral health services offered on site, help with just basically anything that individual needs to maintain successful housing. Those things will still be offered, but with on-site supportive services. This new service that we're going to create in this distinct location will be open to the whole community. So people from the project, if they happen to have a crisis or an urgent need, will be eligible to use it, but it's not only for them. It's going to be a community service similar to the Lotus program. It's just going to be located within this particular building where on the upper floors is supportive housing.
Right. The folks on the first floor, the 12 to 16 individuals, though they'll be housed, right, for a period of time?
Yeah, well, it's open to anyone in the community in need. So they could be unhoused when they're utilizing the service. It would be a short-term service. They wouldn't live there. It would be a stay of up to maybe 48 hours and then linkage to appropriate treatment or housing resources or other things.
Oh, okay. So it's like it's a very short stay, 48 hours or like you said. Okay. All right. Well, that clarifies it quite a bit for me. Thanks so much, Amy.
No problem.
Thank you, Amy. Any other board member comments? Seeing none, is there any in the public, everybody in the public that wants to address the board on this item? Anybody online?
There is one on Zoom.
Oh, okay.
Sandy, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Yes, good morning. I was just listening to the presentation, and it sounds like they're increasing services, and by increasing services, especially the component that is open to the entire community, how does that affect the traffic to and from that facility? I imagine that would be increasing compared to the original plans where there was nothing really offered to the entire community.
Amy, can you address that?
Sure. So because the service that's open to the community is, at a max 14 to 16 beds, depending on need, it's usually something where individuals would either be dropped off by a family member, law enforcement, or walk in on their own. They could have a car. That area does have quite a significantly large parking lot because it formerly was a hotel. So we don't anticipate that the utilization of the parking spaces there in its former use would exceed what's needed with the new use, with the housing program and these 14 to 16 extra beds, where not all people who utilize it would bring a car.
Thank you, Amy. Any other public comment?
No further, Chair.
Okay. Then the chair will entertain a motion.
I move approval of the item.
It's been moved by Supervisor Jones to approve the item.
And I'll second it and say thank you to our HHS staff for the creativity in trying to find funds to help address especially behavioral health needs in our community. We know those certainly have increased over the last couple of years, and being able to access state funds to address this need is terrific. So thank you, Amy and team.
There's a motion by Supervisor Jones, second by Supervisor Gore, to take the action requested, identified on page 433 of the staff packet, board packet. This is a roll call vote.
Landon,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Gustafson,
Aye.
Gore, Holmes.
Aye. Thank you. Now we were going to adjourn to closed session. County Council will lead us in.
The board will now adjourn to closed session to consider one item of anticipated litigation.
The board has just returned from closed session, heard a report, and County Council will report out.
The board met in closed session to consider one of the potential cases under anticipated litigation, potential exposure to litigation. The board heard a report. No action was requested. None was taken. This concludes the report out of this portion of closed session.
Thank you. Now we'll move to board member items, reports. Seeing none, county executive report, seeing none. All right. We'll now move to our 9:30 timed item, Public Works. Dissolution of zone of benefit number 187 in County Service Area 28, North Star at Tahoe Retreat Subdivision.
Good morning.
Mr. Gardner.
Morning, Chair Holmes and board members. Thank you. My name is Will Garner with the Public Works Department. So with this item today, we're asking your approval to dissolve zone of benefit 187 North Star at Tahoe Retreat Subdivision. So this is a zone of benefit that was formed in 2006 to collect funds for road maintenance, snow removal. And since then, the owners association, it's 18 lots at the kind of the west end of the North Star community. The owners asked that the roads become private. And so in 2015, the Board of Supervisors approved the abandonment of the two roads, Millsite Road and Crosscut Court, which represent about a half mile of roadway in that subdivision. And that was approved in 2015. In between, there was some litigation involving access through the subdivision. And that is wrapped up at this point, to sort of put it briefly. Also in that time frame around 2015, after the abandonment, there was a petition by the 18 property owners to dissolve the zone of benefit and turn the funds over to them to take care of their private roadways. So here we are today, and we've done all the noticing that's required on site. We've sent mailers to the property owners along with ballots. We've advertised in the papers, and in November, we brought a resolution of intention to your board to hold this public hearing today to dissolve this zone of benefit. So this is the final step of this process. Part of the action this morning would be to authorize the Director of Public Works to enter into an agreement with the Property Owners Association for the use of the funds, because there are $533,000 in the fund right now, which seems like a lot, but it's needed to do the ongoing maintenance and future upgrades of the roads, and the snow removal, of course. So that will be after today's action, if approved. Our department would enter into agreement for the use of those funds, which would also ensure a timely or a seamless transition of the snow removal this season. So we don't want that to stop abruptly. So that would continue to happen throughout the winter as much as needed. And then what would happen then is the operations agreement for maintenance and snow removal would move from the county over to the homeowners association to take care of. So with that, I will go ahead and recite the recommendations for the record here. First action is to conduct a public hearing to consider all protests, if any, to the dissolution of County Service Area 28, Zone of Benefit 187, tabulate ballots and determine whether more than 50% of the total number of voters in Zone 187 have filed written objections to the dissolution. And second, adopt a resolution dissolving CSA 28 Zone 187, ceasing extended services and all related charges, and authorizing the Director of Public Works or designee to prepare and execute an agreement with the retreat at North Star Association for the disposition of unexpended funds. And third is to determine that the proposed action is not a project pursuant to CEQA. Is any questions?
Any questions from board members before I open the public hearing? None, seeing none. This is a public hearing. I'll ask the clerk to retabulate the ballots.
The clerk's office received 10 ballots in favor and 1 ballot against the dissolution. We did not receive a majority protest on this item.
Okay, thank you. Now, do I ask the public for comment or any public comment? Anybody online?
We have one on Zoom.
Is it Sandy?
Sandy, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Yes, hi. I just kind of had a question. I just was wondering how the public was notified about the opportunity to vote on this.
Sure. Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we advertised in 2 newspapers of general circulation. We posted the notices on site, and we sent notices out to the 18 property owners that are affected by this. And of course, it's posted in the agenda, and we did the resolution of intention in November, which also was on a public agenda as well.
Okay. Yeah, so they were fully notified.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
I see none, Chair.
Okay. All right. Then I'll ask the board to adopt a resolution, et cetera.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'll make the motion to adopt a resolution dissolving CSA 28, Zone 187, and determine that the proposed action is not a project pursuant to CEQA guidelines.
Okay.
And I'll second that motion.
Okay. It's been moved by Supervisor Gustafson and seconded by Supervisor Jones to adopt the resolution and determine the proposed action. Is this a roll call? No. No. Okay. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The item is moved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we'll move to our 9:40 timed item. County Executive Amendment to Agreement with California Department of Housing and Community Development. Is that, who's that? Who's here? Oh, Gloria.
That would be me.
Hi, Gloria.
Hi, supervisors. Good morning, everybody up in Tahoe. I'm glad to be with you. Today, we have quite a few Community Development Block Grant CDBG items. First up is a contract amendment with the State Housing and Community Development, HCD. This contract amendment is designed to help our CDBG program to become more business-friendly. Sometimes our CDBG programs are so complex that it makes it hard for our businesses to qualify. So this contract amendment should allow us to make it a little easier to help businesses. So I have with me today Chuck Wolf, our CDBG consultant, who will help us discuss this contract amendment today. Take it away, Chuck.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman Holmes and members of the board. My name is Chuck Wolf. I'm president of Clyde Wolf Associates, based in Auburn. What we're looking at is basically the county applied for and was awarded a community development block grant, coronavirus round 2-3 grant that was awarded, and the standard agreement was executed in September 20th of 2021. The focus of that application was to establish a business assistance loan program for businesses impacted by COVID. And the program would require the businesses assisted to create or retain jobs, 51% of which would be filled by low to moderate income individuals. The program launch was delayed by several months due to various regulatory and program changes by the Department of Housing and Community Development from September 2021 through April 2022. And during that time of the launch, there was also changes in terms of the market. A lot of this was due to a lot of other activity coming on board to assist businesses impacted by COVID. A number of additional federal and state COVID assistance programs were launched. And one of the key aspects of this is we cannot duplicate benefit. So that was an issue that we identified. Other thing was businesses in the targeted segments were having difficulty finding employees, which is also a critical element in this program. And then due to declining economic conditions that began in early 2022, we've seen a pretty broad range of businesses that started freezing hiring or shedding jobs due to supply chain issues, higher operating costs, et cetera. And in terms of additional market intelligence done, what we did define was there was a greater need for businesses that were classified as micro enterprises or businesses with 5 or fewer employees where the owner was a low to moderate income individual. Many of these firms did not have capacity or receive funding from a number of these COVID sources. These eligible micro enterprises would not have to create or retain jobs to receive funding. And the process is more rapid as we certify the business up front, and they're not associated with timelines in terms of hiring, tracking, submitting documentation. And this is somewhat of a sensitive area too, because all funds, because of the grant, these are 2-year grants through the coronavirus funding, and those funds have to be expended by this fall. And we felt that there would be a challenge in terms of getting the loans made, the hiring done, the jobs certified in timeline available. So based on the changes, the county staff concluded that it would be more effective to move the funds from business assistance where requiring job creation and retention to continuing to assist the micro enterprises and provide assistance to those who have not benefited from that program. There is no fiscal impact with this change, and it does no impact on environmental impact because it's an exempt activity under 24 CFR 5834. The requested action on this is to adopt the amendment that would be submitted to the Department of Housing and Community Development to amend the standard agreement between the county and the California Department of Housing and Community Development for CDBG grant number 20 CDBG CV 23-00110 dated September 20, 2021. If there are any questions?
Questions, comments? I see none. Is there any public comment?
I see none. Sure.
Alrighty, okay. The chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to adopt a resolution approving an amendment to the standard agreement between the County of Placer and the California Department of Housing and Community Development, number 20-CDBG-CV2-3-00110, dated September 20, 2021.
Thank you.
I'll
Is there-
second.
Okay, it's been a motion by Supervisor Jones, second by Supervisor Landon. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Jones?
Aye.
Gustafson?
Aye.
Gore?
Aye.
Landon?
Yes.
Holmes?
Aye. Okay, thank you. Now we'll move to the 9:45 a.m. timed item from County Executive Gloria Stearns. Again,
Thank you. I'm with Economic Development. When I started here last summer, we were taking a look at all of our underperforming programs, and the CDBG programs were high on our list because we wanted to continue to find ways to make them more accessible to our businesses with less hurdles for them to get through. And so this round of changes that you're seeing, while it seems a little complex, Chuck is going to walk us through it. And he's got some arrows and things that help you understand how it all is changing. But the goal here in the bottom line remains the same. We're trying to change these programs so they are more accessible to our businesses and easier for them to access. So Chuck Wolf, our CDBG consultant, can take it away again. Thank you.
thank you.
Okay. Chairman Holmes and members of the board, once again, Chuck Wolf, Clagg Wolf Associates. Appreciate the opportunity to sort of give you a view of what it takes to process this program. And if we move to the first slide, what you'll see is on the top, there's the assistance to COVID impacted microenterprises. And the first two grants, you see total a little over $1.1 million. And if this resolution that you just approved is approved by HCD, that will add another $695,344 to that microenterprise program. And this is once again to the businesses that are 5 or fewer employees, where the owner is a low to moderate income individual. One thing that we did once we were looking at all this, there was an original focus of a grant 20 CDBG 12083 for a business assistance grant that is not dedicated to COVID impact. And when we were looking at that shift that I just spoke about in terms of job creation related to COVID, was right around the time of the mosquito fire. And when that occurred, we reached out to HCD to ask if we could repurpose those funds to assist businesses impacted by the fire and under the same circumstances of forgiveness and the alleviation of some of the CDBG guidelines to assist those. That took a couple months, but we did get authorization to do that. And the objective with that lower program, there's $500,000 in that grant, would be to assist businesses that were impacted by the mosquito fire. That would be either retaining jobs or creating new jobs. The next slide. What you see is we're going to be promoting the program through the county PIO office and then through the chambers, the business associations, Sierra Small Business Development Center, and as well as the Placer Business Resource Center. A big part of this is actually technical assistance. Once again, we saw that a lot of individuals that were applying for other funding sources did not have capacity. And what we'll be doing is a 2-step application process. The first being primarily eligibility under CDBG, gets into all the different criteria, whether it's income, location, potential job creation, if they've had liens. There's a whole variety of criteria that are filtered. And you'll see that going down the list. Once we get through that, they'll be moved, those that make it through will be moved to a second phase where they'll fill out a full loan application similar to what a normal borrower would do, and also the required CDBG documents. Once those are done, what we'll actually, Clagga Wolf will be doing would be looking at compliance, ensuring that they meet all the different compliance criteria of all the programs and the specific guidelines associated with these funds that were waivers that were issued by HUD, specifically for the funding that came out in this, the 2020 year. Once that's done, and probably concurrently, the Sierra Business Council and this will be doing the underwriting of that program, and that then will be going to a loan review committee. The committee will review and make a recommendation of approval or denial, and the final decision will be made by the ED manager based on the loan review committee's recommendations. That is separated because of the issues we ran into in some other programs where businesses were not receptive to having the loan review committee be an appointed committee that would make it a public hearing, and that their information, business information, financial information would be public. So that was one of the changes that's being proposed in this request. And on to the next slide. Once they're approved, they get an acceptance letter. They have to accept the terms of that. The loan documents will be prepared, the loan will be closed, and then the loan funds will be dispersed in according with the cash flow needs and program criteria. A critical element to this is it's all based on need. It's not based on a fixed amount. And through this, they'll be getting assistance through the Sierra Small Business Development Center. They need to be submitting monthly financial statements. That's a requirement that was established by the HCD and in the NOFA. And the borrower and SBDC counselors will meet monthly for the duration of the loan to, one, just see how they're doing against their projections and see if they need any help. The key here is to try to look at longer term sustainability. Those that are micro enterprises would go through, and after a minimum of 3 months, if they have met the criteria, met with the counselor and provided the financials, the loan will be forgiven. And that I said, it's no earlier than 3 months, but it could extend if they can't use the funds in 3 months. Those impacted by the mosquito fire, they've got to create or retain those jobs. Fortunately, with that grant, we have a longer time horizon, and those would be filled by individuals making less than $36 an hour for a minimum of 3 months. And that's one of the criteria that's the allowances under these funding. The focus here is the job creation or job retention that has to be certified. Once those are confirmed and certified, the loan will be forgiven. Just a note, one of the things in terms of promoting this, the initial projected launch for the program is in about the next 3 to 4 weeks, but also to do a subsequent launch, especially for the Tahoe Basin, to deal with the shoulder season, so that we are giving them an opportunity to respond when they're not quite as overwhelmed with the with business and try to be adaptive. As Gloria mentioned, the key to this program is trying to make it more viable for the businesses, and the key is also to provide for sustainability. And that's why throughout this program, there's ongoing assistance throughout the application process, as well as post-application, to assist them, where that was one of the issues that was found with many of the other assistance programs, where people just did not have the capacity or understanding of how to apply. So with that, I can give you a brief overview of the actual programs themselves and what's being requested. As the microenterprise program, that grant was awarded, as we mentioned, and the dollar amount total currently, without the addition of the amendment dollars, is just over $1 million. And we'll be providing both direct financial assistance and technical assistance. Nothing has really changed with this program. What we're looking at is businesses with an annual gross revenue in 2019 of less than $100,000 will be eligible for up to $50,000. And I say up to because it truly is based on need. And those that are with a gross revenue of over the $100,000 will be eligible for up to $100,000. Once again, based on need. And as we go through the process, one of the key things is the creation and support of the businesses. And with that, there was those modifications to the guidelines to incorporate the changes that were provided by the state, as well as to modify those in terms of the loan review committee process that I described in the presentation. The business assistance program was adjusted, as I said, to assist businesses impacted by the mosquito fire. And the criteria, as you noted through the presentation, is similar. There's assistance throughout it. And the dollar amount for that total program is $500,000. In this particular case, there'll be direct financial assistance as well as technical assistance. And for businesses, they can receive up to $50,000 per job created or retained, and for a maximum of up to $100,000. The both guidelines and the business assistance and the microenterprise assistance program guidelines were modified both with the revisions provided by the state as well as the adjustments to the loan review committee process. In terms of this also, there is a request to approve a contract for the Sierra Business Council to provide the assistance through the Small Business Development Center and through the underwriting in support of this program. There is no environmental impact. This, once again, is exempt under 24 CFR 5834. Are there any questions? I know there's a lot.
Yeah. Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I have a question, Chuck. Thank you. And I may have missed this. If the loans are not forgiven, what are the terms of repayment for the businesses?
The terms of repayment is up to the committee, the loan review committee, and the final decision based on the business's ability to pay. They can be from 0 to 2% loans and from a 3 to 5 year period.
Great, thank you.
That's typically been the range of the programs I've been working with.
Great. And then just a comment to follow up is I so appreciate, Gloria, you looking at what programs are underperforming, these amendments and changes, and especially the assistance for the mosquito fire impacts. So thank you very much for these efforts.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other comments from board members? I see none. Any public comment?
Sandy, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Yes, hi, thank you. I just wanted to echo what Cindy just said right now, because I was actually going to ask the same question about situations in which people can't qualify for the loan forgiveness. So that was my question. And it's good to hear that they already have an established process or protocol to follow in terms of determining the manner in which the business will repay the loan. So that's reassuring. And I also wanted to echo, thank you so much for trying to figure out ways to get the money to the people that need it and get our economy, going again. So thank you so much for those efforts.
Thank you, Sandy. Any other public comment? Okay. All right, it looks like we've got some actions. Should we take all in one vote?
We can.
Okay, we've been, number one, asked to approve the revised Community Development Block Grant Micro Enterprise Assistance Program guidelines and authorize the Economic Development Director or designee to modify the MAP program loan documents as needed to meet program requirements and to execute all documents and agreements in conformance with the requirements of the MAP program. 2, approve revisions to the Loan Review Committee criteria within the MAP guidelines. 3, approve the revised Community Development Block Grant Business Assistance Program guidelines and authorize the Economic Development Director or designee to modify the BAP program loan documents as needed to meet program requirements and to execute all documents and agreements in conformance with the requirements of the MAP program. And 4, approve revisions to the Loan Review Committee criteria within Section 4.4 of the BAP guidelines. 5, authorize county executive officer or designee to execute an agreement with Sierra Business Council for the term of January 11th, 2023 through December 31st of 2023 with a not to exceed amount of $200,000 funded by a CBDG grant with no net cost to the county, subject to county council and risk management concurrence. 6, determine that the proposed actions are exempt pursuant to the National Environmental Policy Act per 24 CFR 58-34, financial services, 3, administrative and management activities, and 9, technical assistance with and the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to the secret guidelines 15061B3. Is there any?
Move approval.
Okay. Motion by Supervisor Gustafson, second by Supervisor Jones. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. All right. Oh, that was a mouthful. Oh, here's this. Okay, now we'll move to our 10 o'clock timed item. North Lake Tahoe Resort Association Community Vitality and Economic Sustainability Program. Oh, Stephanie Holloway. Yeah, thank you.
Oh,
Yeah.
can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll say it again. Good morning, Chairman. Members of the board, Stephanie Holloway, your Deputy CEO here in the Tahoe area. And if it hasn't been said already, I just wanted to say welcome to Tahoe. Again, I know it is a big production to bring the board up here to Tahoe, but just wanted to show our appreciation from staff, from community members to have your board here in the region, hearing many of the projects and issues and partnerships that we have going on in this region. So I'm here this morning. My usual style is to give you a presentation on many of our projects and partnerships, but really here to introduce a key partner, the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association, on their vision for the future and a framework that they've been working on. So I'm not going to talk too much, just highlight our partnership, introduce, and give you a little bit of background and then hand it over. So the next item is an informational item. I promise there's no action items to read on this one, but it is the introduction of the Community Vitality and Economic Sustainability Program. There's got to be a good acronym in there somewhere, that the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association has been working on and is pleased to present to your board here this morning. So I'm joined with Tony Karwowski, President and CEO of the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association, as well as somebody you all are familiar with, Aaron Casey, who has previously worked for the county and is a really key partner here in the region, working on many of our programs. And I'll just highlight, Erin's work when she was here with the county establishing the CAP committee that makes recommendations to your board on overall investments in capital in our region. And so to have Erin here working with the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association is just really a treat. And her background in this area has been well recognized. So I'll just kind of, give you a little bit of background before I hand it over to them. The North Lake Tahoe Tourism Business Improvement District was formed by your board back in 2021. That really set our partnership in the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association on a transformative mission to really provide a broader scope of services and deal with many of the key issues that we are faced with here in North Tahoe. This is the second of 2 T-bids in the region. Your board just renewed the Olympic Valley Alpine Meadows Microtransit District, our original T-bid, and now this T-bid working forward on framework for recommendation. So, the assessment of our business community is really vital to bring more resources into the community and also free up TOT that previously funded the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association in partnership, providing marketing services for the region. So with that shift, we are realizing additional TOT that will be advised on regarding housing and transportation initiatives. So what you'll hear today is Tony will give you an overview of where they're headed from their overall mission and vision and framework within the community. And then Erin will also provide you with the framework for advisement, not only on TOT funds, but also the newly assessed T-bid funds to your board and to the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association board for allocation. So with that, I'm not going to steal their thunder. I'm going to hand it over, but just before I do so, just wanted to say thank you to the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association board, to Tony for his leadership in this time of transformation for them, and also to Erin for all of her work and providing her years of insight on this framework as well. So with that, I'll hand it over to Tony.
Thank you. Hello, Tony.
Hello, Mr. Chair. And first, just want to acknowledge and say thank you to Madam Deputy for a great introduction and a great partnership, really. She was in her position about 6 months before me, so there's a lot of dual learning going on, and it's created a great partnership between the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association and the county, I believe. So we got great things to come out of it. Just want to start off by saying welcome, number one, and reiterate Madam Deputy's sentiments around how important it is for the board and how much we appreciate the board staying the course and holding their quarterly meetings here in North Lake Tahoe in Eastern Placer County. It's incredibly meaningful to us and our community, our business owners, our residents, and our stakeholders. They know you're here. They know you're committed to this portion of the county, and it's of such a value to us that you hear the issues that are going on in this portion of the county, in our portion of the county, and give the opportunity to hear the voices, hear the feedback, hear the input, and just commend you on that, and just want to acknowledge the gratitude we have for that, number one. Number two, I want to say it takes a lot of people to make this region go around. It takes a lot of partnerships. I see our CEO understands that with a smirk on her face as she's learning and knows from her years of experience in the region. I would like to acknowledge that on our board, we have 16 dedicated board members. We have 9 committees with 65 total seats. I'm still trying to get my head around that a little bit. What I would like to acknowledge is that, especially on our board, we have a committed team and a committed executive committee who puts their personal time into the community matters in a way that improves our community and elevates our community for everybody. I would like to point out 2 members that are here today, if they could stand up. First, Samir Tuma, who, if you wave, our past chair, current executive committee member. He holds an at-large seat. And then Surrey Ireland, our current vice chair and also executive committee member. And I'd like to point out Surrey holds the seat that is appointed by the Placer County Board of Supervisors on the NLTRA board. So she is your representative eyes and ears on our board and is making time to show up here today to hear the issues that are important to Eastern Placer County through the Board of Supervisors. That being said, we have a couple of things we wanted to touch on with you today and appreciate the time in the agenda. Number one is, as you know, as Madam Deputy stated, we've been in a state of transformation at the NLTRA. We are no longer going to be the NLTRA. We're going to be the North Tahoe Community Alliance. And we are just proud to be moving in that direction to serve more of our community in a better way and make improvements going forward through partnerships and new funding. So number one, next slide, please. The North Tahoe Community Alliance is the evolution of the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association. The Resort Association, do we have a next slide? Oh, I have them. Here it is. Okay, next slide. The NTCA, formerly the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association, has been around for 65 years. That dates back to the formation of our Chamber of Commerce locally. In 1996, the Chamber of Commerce joined forces with the Convention Visitors Bureau to form the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association, and through an agreement with Placer County, became funded by TOT taxes in order to provide marketing services, promotion, and events in our region. There we go. Until 2021, we kept that designation as the regional marketing organization for the region. In this capacity, since 1996 as well, we also made recommendations to the Placer County Board of Supervisors on the 2% TOT for infrastructure improvements related to our tourism master plan here locally that supports our businesses, our community, our vitality, and the infrastructure to support the visitation in the community here as a whole. In 2001, as you know, we moved to our TBID funding structure, our Tourism Business Improvement District, through a 5-year agreement with Placer County, which generated revenue for the NTCA to sustain itself. We were able to take those TOT funds through an agreement with Placer County and return them to the region for projects specific to workforce housing and transportation, two of the biggest issues here that we face in our area. If you go out to any of my membership, any of my business owners, the number one thing you're going to hear is we have a lack of employees right now, which leads to a lack of service and difficulty delivering services to our guests who come to the region. And the number one reason why we have an issue attracting and retaining employees here is because of the difficulty of the housing in our region. So our number one priority. And it's great that we're excited to roll out the TOT committee, which will address those freed up TOT funds, use those freed up TOT funds to address workforce housing and transportation issues in our region. In addition to that committee, we also have the TBID Advisory, TBID Zone 1 Committee, as well as we co-convene with Placer County, the CAP Committee, which you'll hear more about in a presentation later today. So with all those efforts and all those funds coming back to our community, we felt that the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association, no longer the name or the brand really represents who we are, what we do, how we interact with our community, how we seek feedback and input from our residents, our business owners, and take that into consideration as we move into project grant cycles. I'm going to try to click this video here. No. Do you know how to do that? Okay. We have a quick 2-minute video to watch, but while we're discussing that, so this is our new name and our new logo here on the screen, which we're excited to release publicly and switch everything over February 1st. So our website, business cards, everything will be North Tahoe Community Alliance going forward.
5 years. Our organization's mission has also evolved to promote and manage visitation and collaborate to achieve economic health, community vitality, and environmental
Sorry, I sprung my
sustainability
video up on the
to
night shift,
benefit
giving
our
them a heads up.
residents, businesses, and
Our staff, board of directors, and volunteer committee members are made up of residents who are active members of our community. Each of them brings a different experience and expertise, and together they represent a diverse mix of North Lake Tahoe businesses, from resorts to lodging properties to restaurants with other local businesses. We are passionate about the community and everything that makes it special, and we are deeply committed to sustainable community balanced with a vibrant visitor economy.
The North Tahoe Community Alliance is focused on leading the North Lake Tahoe region by managing visitation and mitigating human impacts, generating revenue, and reinvesting it locally, fostering a vibrant business and community environment, and enriching the lives of residents and visitors. We do this in 4 ways: providing local governance that transparently manages and distributes the Tourism Business Improvement District funds to support our stewardship principles, guiding the investment of transient occupancy tax dollars to support transportation and workforce housing initiatives, advocating to county and state government on the needs of the tourism industry and supporting our local business community, developing compelling promotional messaging and programming that shapes our visitor base, influences how people engage with the destination, and drives the desired economic impact.
The trust of the community stakeholders and partners so humbles us. This amazing, beautiful place inspires us.
As the North Tahoe Community Alliance, we look forward to building on the accomplishments of those before us and positioning our community for a successful, sustainable future.
Learn more about what we do and how you can get involved at NorthTahoeCommunityAlliance.com.
And a huge shout out to the AV team. Excellent. I appreciate the shuffle there. Next time I'll remember to give you a heads up. So as we move back to the slideshow, we've built a logo and a name that we really feel resonates with where we're going as an organization. And then something strongly that we can stand behind. The logo itself, if you take a look at the logo, kind of looks like a shield. That conveys how we feel about how we protect our community, how we protect the natural resources, and how we're able to steer and guide projects to help sustain and create a vibrant business community, as well as keep our environment protected for futures to come, for future years to come. If you look at the bottom part of the shield, it resembles a heart and our passion to carry out our commitment to our community, as well as if you look at the top part and the bottom part together, it could be conveyed as a compass pointing north to North Lake Tahoe. And the landscape within the shield itself reflects the mountains and the lake, the mountains through the middle in the negative space, and the lake through the watermark in the back of the shield. It really draws from our natural landscape, something we love, something we connect with, and we feel that everybody around us does. If you look at the words NTCA, they're slightly grayed between NT and CA to signify not only is it North Tahoe Community Alliance, but there's also a double entendre of North Tahoe, California in there, our location. And as well as you look at the last A in there, there's a little nod of a hat to the mountains that surround the lake. So all of those things we hold value in and really help us speak to what we do. And what is it that we do? Our efforts are now focused, as we heard in the video, on promoting responsible travel during off-peak seasons, stewardship education, and collaborating with regional stakeholders to identify and implement solutions to issues that impact our residents, businesses, and visitors. We also seek out and advocate for local transportation and workforce housing solutions, visitor services, tourism impact mitigation projects, all that can be funded and leveraged with TOT and the TBID assessment dollars. We do this in 4 ways: providing local governance that transparently manages and invests TBID dollars back into the local community, guiding the investment of transient occupants taxes through dollars to support transportation workforce housing initiatives in the local community and advocating to county and state government on the needs of the tourism industry and supporting our local business community. Lastly, developing compelling promotional messaging and programming that shapes our visitor base, influences how people engage with a destination, and drives the desired economic and behavioral impact. We do that through our 4 committees that we've touched on today, and Aaron will speak to a little bit more in our framework. And as the CEO of the NTCA, again, we just are so very happy and thrilled about our partnership with Placer County, the CEO's office, and every department within the county to really convene together and address the issues that face our community. And thank you for your time today. I'm going to ask Aaron to come up and take it from here with regards to our framework presentation. I will pause to see if there are any questions or thoughts before that.
Any questions from board members? I see none. Thank you, Tony. We'll move forward. Look forward to listening to Aaron. Welcome
Good morning,
back.
Mr. Chair, members of the board. Happy to be here and see you all.
Yes.
Erin Casey here with the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association. I'm thrilled to be here and excited to present a few slides to your board today to go over a framework that we think will help really organize the process that the 4 committees that Tony referenced earlier will utilize to make recommendations both to the Resort Association board, but also to your board on how to spend those dollars in the future. So we've really titled this as a program because there are several components to it, and we felt it was important for all 4 committees to really utilize the same framework versus creating multiple programs for each committee. That seemed like a big undertaking, a significant amount of time for staff and administratively speaking. So really trying to come up with a program that would work for each committee and the unique components that each committee has in terms of its responsibility. So you have in front of you today the North Tahoe Community Alliance Community Vitality and Economic Sustainability Program. And I'm going to share with you the different components that we've developed for that particular program. Tony already covered some of this, so I'm not going to speak to it in much detail. But as your board knows, the Resort Association passed the T-bid. The T-bid really requires the organization to evolve in order to fulfill its mission. So it freed up $4 million in transient occupancy tax. There is an additional $6 million in assessment dollars that will come in to both fund the Resort Association, but then also provide funding for other priority areas. As Tony mentioned, there are multiple committees that have been formed in order to advise the Resort Association Board on the allocation of the T-bid dollars. And then a third committee referred to as the TOT committee, as required under a multi-year agreement with your board to make recommendations on how to allocate those freed up TOT dollars. So we're talking about $4 million in TOT each year and about $1.5 million in T-bid dollars. So about $5.5 million would be part of this program on an annual basis. I did also want to point out that I've mentioned 3 committees of the Resort Association. You did hear about the CAP committee, which is co-convened by the county and the Resort Association. This framework is also something that could be utilized and we're proposing would be used by that committee as well, since some of the components of it are based on learnings from the committee's operations over the last few years. So we've had many meetings to get to this point today. This just kind of gives you a sense for the number of community conversations that we've had around this framework. So we've met with all of the 4 committees that have been referenced today, at least 2 times, in some cases 3. We've met with the Resort Association Board twice to solicit input on that. We've met with county staff. We've provided some information to your board. We've solicited input that way. And so the process, and I'd say the program, has been very iterative and has changed as a result of that input. So here we are today presenting to your board for input on the framework. I do want to highlight for you that all 3 committees of the Resort Association have approved the framework you're going to hear about here today, and the board of directors also approved it as well. So here's some of the input that we've received. I'm not going to go through each one of these, but I will just highlight for you a few things that we heard from members of the community on the framework. They felt it was important that the outcome really stabilize the workforce. So making sure that workforce housing is a priority for the funding sources, making sure that the program leverages state and federal funds. So $5.5 million is a good amount of money on an annual basis, but it certainly isn't enough to cover that gap that we have when it comes to the priorities, the costs to bring in workforce housing, transportation, et cetera. So we definitely need to make sure that prioritizing other funding is a priority here, and that's been built into the program. I also want to mention to your board that the TBID is for a 5-year period, then it has to be renewed. We're about 1.5 years into that process right now. So it's very important that this program demonstrates to our business community and broader community that the TBID has made a difference, because the organization, the North Tahoe Community Alliance, is going to go back to the business community in about 3.5 years and ask them to renew this. So what that means is we need a framework that facilitates investment in long-term programs and services, but one that also facilitates support for programs and projects where we can see results quickly. So trying to find the right balance there, because again, it's going to be important for the Resort Association. It's going to be a while before I get used to Community Alliance, sorry. I'll get there. But in order for them to be able to say, hey, we've been successful here. Look at some of the things that we've invested in. Look at the results that we've seen, so that businesses will be excited and ready to renew that TBID 3.5 years from now. Also really looking to leverage existing documents and plans. There are a lot of those. Your board has been involved in them. Many staff that work for you have been leading processes to develop plans in our community. So understanding that we have some guidelines here that we should refer to. We're not starting from scratch in terms of making decisions around the allocation of resources. Also maximizing the public benefit, supporting the visitor experience as well. And then you see reference to supporting long-term and short-term investments. Again, really important, again, to ensure that we're making a difference, but then have the opportunity to make that demonstration prior to renewing the TBID. So this is the framework in a nutshell. High level, this is basically the way it's broken out. It has 4 key components, or buckets as we call them. So essentially the dollars that I referenced earlier, some percentage of TBID dollars in the freed up TOT, roughly $4 million in TOT a year, would be allocated across these buckets. The first bucket is what we've referred to as a multi-year investment sponsorship. So this is designed to support investment opportunities. So this could be projects, programs, services, or even maintenance activities that require annual funding support. What's challenging when you're working with a grant-only process is it typically you're evaluating proposals against the ones that you have in front of you, and you're not necessarily taking into account other priorities that might be ready a year from now and require additional funding to support those things. And so when you're just allocating on a grant process, you're not able to account for that. And so what this allows the committees to do is make a multi-year commitment to high priority investments that wouldn't then require those candidates or those project proponents to come forward through a competitive grant cycle each year. And that was always a challenge for us at times, and anyway, with the CAP committee, trying to find the right balance between allocating funds through a grant process, but making longer term commitments to those projects and services. The second is, in fact, a grant program. So we did want to include that in the framework. This would be a once-a-year grant cycle that would take place in the fall. We see an opportunity here to consolidate perhaps with the CAP committee's existing grant process. Now, what are some differences here between the first and second buckets? The second would be more designed for an applicant that has a proposal that maybe needs one-time funding or isn't ready for annual support over a multi-year period. So they would be eligible to apply for funds through this grant program. The third is an out-of-cycle set-aside. This came out through our survey, through our public engagement process. For some, it was uncomfortable to allow a process that would facilitate investing long-term and committing to those projects year after year, then having a grant cycle with defined timelines and dates, because that precludes perhaps an opportunity that may present itself outside of the grant cycle, outside of the grant timeline, maybe something that wasn't ready to apply for sponsorship. So setting aside some funding for those opportunities that might come forward outside of that grant timeline. And then finally, again, another component we added as a result of our process is a reserve bucket. So we want to be able to set aside some amount of funding for future opportunities that might not be ready today. There are opportunities across priorities for that. Workforce housing is a good example. Today, there are plenty of places where funds can be invested, but they're going to be more a year or two from now. And if we allocate all of the funds to the first 3 buckets, what does that leave for high priority projects or initiatives that might come forward a year from now? So it's very important to members of the community and members of the committees that there be a reserve established as part of this program. So as you can see, these are the 4 key buckets. This is really the heart and soul, I'd say, of the program itself and how it would be structured. All 4 committees would be utilizing this framework to make decisions. And I also want to point out what they'd be referring to make decisions as they're vetting proposals for bucket 1, 2, 3, or 4. The first is a new component that we added to this, and that is a community survey, which we're actually currently doing with County Executive Office staff. So Stephanie's been great. Her team, working with Lindsay, as well as the Resort Association, we've worked or contracted with Lou Edwards. They're currently conducting a survey in our community because there are so many different priorities identified in guiding documents for these committees to use. We really wanted to gauge the temperature in the community. What's the sentiment here? What are people feeling? What do they think is most important? So that as these committees begin to review proposals that come in through this framework, they can refer to the results of that survey to really inform their decision making. And then for TOT projects, we want to ensure that your board has the confidence that the community has been a part of this process and has been surveyed, not only through something like this, but additional processes, including town halls, focus groups, things like that. We just want to make sure that our community is involved. And then as the grant program takes place year after year, there could be additional opportunities to conduct surveys of the community to see if that sentiment is changing, evolving in any way. But that's really important to this program. There are many other guiding documents. I've referenced that already. They're listed here. They're also outlined in the multi-year agreement with the Resort Association. We're not starting from scratch. A lot of priorities, project-specific ones, in fact, have been identified in many of these plans, from workforce housing to transportation and trails to tourism mitigating services. So really utilizing a lot of the work that your board, that staff, the community has already done to inform that process. So it's going to be important that our committees are well educated in these areas, and Tony and his team, as well as Stephanie, are working hard on that right now. This is the workflow. I'll just go over this very quickly because we're talking about a process where proposals would come in and they need to be routed to 4 committees. Well, how does that work? So you look on the left, bucket number 1, this just gives you an idea. We're in the process now of actively surveying the community. That will inform the key priority areas, and it will inform a request for letters of interest from our community. We'll ask them to submit those letters of interest for sponsorship. So this would be for any type of program, project, or service consistent with criteria that aligns with the public responses to our survey. That will come to a Resort Association and county staff. They will work together to route those proposals to the appropriate committees. The same thing will happen through the grant process, and you can see that to the right. It's cyclical because this will happen on an annual basis. The idea with the sponsorship program is that it's a one-time deal. They're going to go through that, make commitments, and I do want to highlight it's a 4-year period. We don't want to commit anything beyond when the TBIT has to be renewed in case something doesn't work out the way we want it to. So we want to take that sponsorship out that far, but the grant process will be happening year after year. This is an example of what the sponsorship investment list could look like. You can see a range of projects, programs, and services here, from housing to TART Connect. That's an example of a service that could be supported through sponsorship. So year-over-year funding support there. Bus on Shoulder project, a housing impact fee program, trash collecting services. So this is I believe, kind of a great example of the well-rounded suite of sponsored programs and services that I think that our program here will result in. So just to give you an idea of what the sponsorship piece could look like. This is also just to show you, and this is a lot of detail, but these are the 4 committees we're referring to: CAP, TOT, Zone 1, and TBIT Advisory. It lists the amount of money that each committee works with roughly on an annual basis. You'll note here that there is a lot of overlap between them, and that's what this is really here to demonstrate, and reasons why we created one framework for all committees versus multiple for each one. And this is really about committee coordination. So where do we go from here? We're really excited to be working with Stephanie and her staff on a joint meeting of all 4 committees that's scheduled to take place February 15th of this year. And we're bringing together a great group of representatives from the community to present to these committee members on workforce housing, transportation. This is our attempt at really grounding all of our committees. Some of these are new committees, in the planning that's taken place, in the priorities that exist. Back to my point earlier, we're not starting from scratch. We've done a lot of work. Some committee members have a lot of experience. They're well-versed in these areas. Others, this is a new experience for them. So we want to make sure they know what's already in existence so they don't feel like they're starting from scratch. And so that meeting is scheduled. We're really excited about it. We think it's going to set that tone for coordination, collaboration across the committees, because they're going to be working so closely with one another. We will also share with those committees the survey results. So we'll have Lou Edwards participate in the meeting on the 15th to share with the committee members what the community is saying at this point in time. So again, really excited about that coordination. Appreciate that with Stephanie and her team, especially. We look forward to convening those groups. So next steps, we are going to complete the community-wide survey. Again, we're actively doing that now. We're presenting the framework to you right now and then conducting the joint meeting on the 15th. From there, we would like to begin rolling out the framework. That will start with the sponsorship component of the program. We'd like to make some decisions around long-term investment, which we then believe will help us understand what's left for the other buckets. And then ultimately merging the grant program, we hope, with the CAP committee and release that to the public in the fall. So again, really looking for areas of collaboration, alignment, and consolidation as best we can. And that concludes my presentation. I really am happy to be here. It's so great to see you all and eager to hear your thoughts and any feedback you have. Happy to take that and make adjustments as needed. Thank you.
Thank you. This is taking a lot of work, a lot of collaboration, but I think it's in the best interest of North Lake Tahoe for everybody being on the same page and working in different committees, but all coming together. So
exactly.
It is really a lot of work, and I know you've got a lot more work to do. So I really appreciate it. I'll open it up for any comments from. Oh, really? I'm so shocked. Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you, Chair Holmes. Aaron, great job. Tony, Stephanie, thank you so much. it is so important, as you all know, for collaboration and partnership to get things done up here. And I really commend the working relationship of working through all the issues that come with this. It's also important to the board, I think, that we make sure public dollars and private dollars are maximized to address the issues. And that takes this level of communication and sharing of knowledge, because I find too often I go to a meeting and people don't know about the other 22 meetings I went to. So they don't have the background I have. And I think bringing the committees together so they understand the challenges and what's going on is so important. So thank you for doing that. A couple questions, and this is really basic. I don't know if Tony or Aaron can address this. The Alliance membership is currently on assessed businesses, or can people pay a membership fee if they're a non-tourism business but want to support this effort?
Great question. So the membership, that forms the TBID is an assessed membership on the businesses that are in the 5 categories of lodging, food and beverage, rental, retail, and activities in our region. Thanks. So those businesses are automatically members, and they're voting members within the TBID. So we are also the Chamber of Commerce regionally. So we can have members participate through the chamber and become a member of our organization, which is slightly different from a TBID member. We can extend all the benefits of a TBID member to the Chamber of Commerce members, the businesses who elect to become members, but they're still not voting members in the TBID itself. So is that the clarity you were looking for there,
I just
Supervisor
think
Gustafson?
there's a lot of community businesses, professional service businesses that I'm familiar with, and others who don't directly serve tourism directly, but certainly want to be part of the movement forward. And I just commend you for having that opportunity for those, because I think that's important to have a more holistic approach and voices at the table when you look at a community alliance, and how those businesses are also impacted through the process. The other question I had was on the survey. Is the survey out for the whole community? Is it, is it just to assess businesses? Is it to just your membership?
So there's a couple things we're doing with the survey, and I would invite either one of you to chime in here because we've been working on it collectively again. The first portion of the survey is a telephonic random to residents that will have the data to bring back to the February 15th meeting. We're also going to utilize some of the questions that we're forming in that to then do an online version that will be more widely distributed in the community, targeted specifically to the NTCA membership as well. Really designed to get a wider swath of input than just the slice of the pure residential perspective.
Okay, and my final question, I know some of this information is confidential, so I'm not sure how to correctly, whether we can discuss it, but there's a large number of businesses that previously weren't funding into tourism impacts, yet benefit dramatically, and that's what the TBID was able to capture. Is there any estimate on both numbers of businesses and dollars that you've brought to bear through this very successful TBID? Because I think a lot of community members don't realize without a TBID, we weren't capturing a contribution toward mitigating community impacts.
Sure, we can look at that in terms of 2 different indicators. One would be our membership indicator, and these are numbers we can really talk about. Prior to the TBID, our membership for the NLTRA was about 450 to 500, fluctuated in that range of contributing members. And then we were funded by the TOT, which has now been freed up. With the TBID increases our membership here to 6,000 businesses in our region, with a total revenue contribution budgeted for about $6 million a year that comes into the TBID, funds our previous obligations of marketing, promotions, events, and then we'll free up some TBID funds to come back into the community in projects that can be distributed according to our MDP 9 categories, which revolve from housing,
Right.
transportation, tourism, impact mitigation, business advocacy and support, and a few other categories. So that growth is so important to us. And then it freed up the TOT dollars, as we know, to go
Right.
to the TOT committee and now come back to workforce housing and transportation initiatives.
That's an amazing statistic, and I do know it includes probably all of those with lodging or short-term rentals or, ownership. So it's not that we have 6,000 or 5,500 new businesses. It is that we are also capturing those as a TBID provider. So yeah, it'd be interesting to kind of get an understanding for the community of how valuable the TBID is beyond just an increase in TOT or food and beverage sales tax items. So
Certainly.
yeah, great. Thank you. That was my only questions. Great job.
Well, we appreciate your time and appreciate the opportunity to come and speak in front of you. And again, thank you to Aaron for joining us on a consulting basis and helping us through this process and the partnership with the county, Stephanie.
Thank you. Any other comments from board members? I see none. Is there any public comment on this item? No.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Nice to see you
you.
all.
Thank you for the great presentation. Now we'll move to our 10:20 timed item from County Executive Office. And this is presented by Lindsay Romack. Hello. Oh, no, you're not Lindsay. There.
Tell Lindsay this, but I just wanted to key her up here on the CAP committee and make a segue between your last item, which obviously is a framework that we are hoping to, as Aaron and Tony say, implement with the CAP committee too. So the Capital Projects Advisory Committee, a committee of your board that has been very effective in really vetting the needs of the community from a capital infrastructure perspective. So I'm going to hand this over to Lindsay, but just wanted to give Lindsay kudos. We've had some staff changes here in the North Tahoe CEO office. Lindsay has really taken the reins on the CAP committee and all things that go with organizing the CAP committee and implementing the grant process. So I just want to start with kudos to her.
Well, Mayor Romack, thank you so much for joining us today.
In Placer County, I'm just staff member
All
Romack.
right. Well, I just want to recognize that.
Thank you very much, Chair Holmes and Supervisors. I'm Lindsay Romack with the County Executive Office and excited to talk with you today about the Capital Projects Advisory Committee, or CAP Committee, as I know you're all familiar with, and their recommendations for fiscal year 22-23. So a little bit of CAP committee details. Again, I know you know a lot of this. It was established in 2018 by your board. A lot of the hard work and framework, thanks to Aaron Casey in getting it established. And their task is to recommend expenditure of the 2% TOT, the additional TOT that is charged here in Eastern Placer County, recommend to you on projects that should receive that funding. And when it was first established, they were specifically looking to the Tourism Master Plan as the guiding document, so to ensure that the projects that they recommended on helped implement the goals of the Tourism Master Plan. As your board knows, in October of last year, you also added the Measure A ballot language that the CAP committee could look to, which includes workforce housing. So that's where the slide Aaron showed a little bit ago that showed all the different things that the committees could look at. Now the CAP committee in the future could look towards housing projects. But this grant cycle, I did want to be clear, was looking to the Tourism Master Plan since we were kind of still in the old framework. The committee is co-convened by Placer County and NLTRA or NTCA, and there are 13 seats that cover different entities as well as different geographic regions of Eastern Placer County. So since the Tourism Master Plan has been in place since adopted by your board in 2015, I just pulled some numbers to look back at kind of the types of projects that you've allocated the funding to. So pre-2018, it would have been the Capital Infrastructure Transportation Committee under the NLTRA that advised you, and then post-2018, it was the CAP Committee. But just really incredible the amount of funding that we've been able to put back into the community. And then I should say this is only TOT dollars. So as we were just talking about, all of these projects leveraged additional funding. So we're talking, probably more than $100 million in additional funding that was leveraged from this back into our region, which is just incredible. And then I just put this slide in here since the CAP committee recommends on the 2% TOT, just to give you a look back at the historical TOT collection totals. Just thought it was interesting to see. And, in this past fiscal year, we did see quite a big jump, which you'll see reflected in the amount of funding that the CAP committee had available to recommend on. We also know TOT is volatile, and while it trended up last year, and right now it's about where it was at the same time last year, we don't know what's going to happen with weather or anything else. So we just always keep that in mind too, understanding it is, it can change very easily. So now we'll get to this year specifically, the fiscal year 22-23 grant cycle. So the CAP committee had just over 7.2 million available to recommend to you for funding projects. That was made up of about 5.5 million from the 2% TOT, and then an additional 1.7 million that they had available last grant cycle that they didn't recommend on, so it carried over. The grant cycle was open this fall. There were 13 applications received. I did want to note in your staff report, I think there's one spot where there's a typo and it says 12. It is 13. We received 13 total applications and just under 8.2 million in requests. And so now the fun part, the CAP committee recommendations, and the next 3 slides are all about their recommendations, kind of the data just in different formats. So I will highlight, there were 13 applications received. 2 of those applications the committee deemed did not meet the criteria, so they did not move on and were not scored. And then of the 11 that moved forward, one of the projects, after going through everything, they determined, again, did not fit with the tourism master plan at this time. So that's the one at the bottom of the list that you see a 0 by the North Tahoe Regional Park Trail. So they did not recommend for funding. And then the other 2 on this chart that you'll see a 0 for, the Tahoe City PUD multi-hog and the Tahoe City downtown access improvements. The CAP committee supported those projects, but there were other funding sources identified, one through Placer County for the multi-hog and one through the North Tahoe Lake Tahoe Resort Association for the Tahoe City downtown access improvements. So the CAP recommended that those projects seek those other funding sources first, and then come back to the CAP if they did not get them. But I will say both of those are moving forward separately outside the CAP process with that funding potential. So ultimately, there's 8 projects being recommended to you. 6 of those projects are being recommended for the full TOT request, and 2 are being suggested for a partial funding. The 2 for partial are the Flick Point 2 project and the North Tahoe Trail, which are both Placer County projects. They're trail projects, and they would construct components of the Resort Triangle Trail. The committee is recommending funding that will allow these projects to continue to move forward, but felt the rest of the funding was not needed at this time, so they didn't recommend the entire funding. On this page, I just kind of go over what I already did. Just under 4.5 million is being recommended for these projects. Already went through the breakdown. And then I will highlight that leaves just over 2.7 million remaining in available funds. This was a big discussion at the CAP committee deliberation because since now moving forward, they will have the opportunity to recommend on projects related to Measure A, specifically workforce housing. They did want to ensure there was funding set aside for future projects, potentially housing. So ultimately, they ended up with this $2.7 million mark. And then finally, it's just that data broken down again in the chart I showed you earlier. You can see a lot of it headed towards trails through the recommendations this year, wayfinding and visitor facilities. So with that, I'll get to the action requested. I won't read through all this, though, Chair Holmes, if you want me to save you, let me know. But I will say the 5 actions requested of you are on the screen, and then I am happy to answer any questions. Before I do that, I did just also want to give a big thanks to the CAP committee members. It's a lot of work. It's 13 applications, a lot of pages to read through, and they really did thoughtful deliberation. So I did want to thank them all as well. So with that, I will close it and open it up for questions.
Well, since you have another role in the area, maybe it would be good for you to read this so you get used to it when you're on your other.
I'm happy to,
Oh,
yes.
all right, thank you.
Would you like me to?
Yes,
Okay, I
please.
wasn't sure if you were serious
Oh,
or
no,
not.
I'm
All right,
serious.
here we go. All right. Action 1 would be to receive a staff presentation outlining the Capital Projects Advisory Committee fiscal year 22-23 recommendation to allocate TOT funds to capital projects in Eastern Placer County, consistent with the tourism master plan. Number 2 would be to approve the allocation of up to $4,493,818 in TOT funds, consistent with the CAP Committee's recommendation for 8 capital projects as identified and described in Attachment B. Action 3, approve a fiscal year 22-23 budget amendment, AM 00767, in the amount of $443,719, increasing expenditure authority in CC 10020 Tahoe Economic and Community Enhancement Fund and canceling reserves FD 10201 Tahoe Economic and Community Enhancement Fund by the same amount. Only 2 left. Then we have direct staff to prepare agreements for said TOT funds for capital projects approved by your board and authorize the county executive officer or designee to execute such agreements upon county council and risk management approval. For those projects that are county department led, reporting and performance criteria for each project would be established for use of the TOT funds. And finally, asking that your board determine that the proposed actions are each not a project pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act Guidelines, Section 15378.
Well done.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any public comment on this item? Huh? Oh, please come forward.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Kevin Starr, and I work for the Truckee Donner Land Trust. The Memorial Overland Immigrant Trail and the Donner Lake Rim Trail, when complete, will be legacy projects, not just for our use, but our kids and our kids' kids. The Donner Lake Rim Trail alone has been slowly progressing forward for over 30 years, and it's pretty exciting to be this close to the finish line. So I just wanted to thank you for considering this project this morning, and members of the CAP committee and staff for all your efforts as well, and just your general support for these projects.
Thank you. You betcha. Any other public comment? Oh, here we go. Thanks, familiar.
It's going to have to go a little higher for me. Good morning, Mr. Chair and Supervisors. Justin Broglio, Public Information Officer for the North Tahoe Public Utility District. On behalf of our board and our district, thank you very much for the approval of this project as well. These CAP dollars make our good projects great. They make us extend projects that we would not have otherwise pushed forward for the community, so they're vital to our success. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else? Anyone online? So now I'll ask the board if they have any. Yes, Supervisor Gustafson.
Sorry, I have a couple questions and comments. So first off, great job. And the CAP committee volunteers for all their dedicated service for all these years. We've done a lot with these funds over the years, but we're at this turning point with the T-bid. And there's some glaring areas of housing and transportation that are what fill up my inbox with concerns from our community that we're not addressing fully and we need to be more assertive on. And so I'm so thankful they didn't exert all the funds and that we can not only make our environment better to the projects that were just mentioned, but we need to start addressing those bigger areas that are going to take long-term funding in order to make a difference in our community. And so I know the business community is well aware of that. I know the community is well aware of it. My inbox this weekend from traffic was, full. And we really need to seek that leadership and get those projects moving forward. And so I'm thankful there's some reserves. So that's my comment. My question is, the matching funds vary dramatically. And I guess in my previous life, I would think that tax-funded organizations might have a different match requirement, or depending on what the nature of the project is, than perhaps some of the nonprofits that are applying. And I wanted to understand, is there a standard match requirement? And how is that applied? Just to make sure our dollars go further and we might have some funds for transportation and housing.
Yes, happy to answer that. So in the CAP committee, it is required that there's a 10% match, and that's just across the board. So there is no differentiation for nonprofits versus public entities. As we're having these conversations about efficiencies with the NLTRA and how we're moving forward, that is something we can definitely take a look at. I will add in the CAP scoring criteria. So when CAP committee members, give points and to determine how they all rank, they can give bonus points to those projects that have higher match values. So, a project that brings more than 10% match in will probably score higher because they're bringing in funding. But besides that, yeah, that's how the match requirements work at this time.
Thank you. Appreciate that. It's good thought. I know on the 15th to start having those discussions. How do you maximize progress and further collaboration to solving our problems? Yeah.
Okay, any other comments from board members? I see none.
Then I'd like to make all those motions that Lindsay read so eloquently with her radio voice.
And I'll second the items.
Okay, it's been moved to approve the item, moved by Supervisor Gustafson, second by Supervisor Gore. This is a roll call vote. So will the clerk please call the roll?
Gustafson?
Aye.
Gore?
Aye.
Landon?
Yes.
Jones?
Aye.
Holmes?
Aye. Thank you for your excellent presentation. Let's see, now I think we're into department items. Item number 6, Health and Human Services. Who is presenting this? Is it someone? Oh, there she is. Is that Katie? Yes. Oh, hi, Katie. What? No.
Katie,
We're working on trying to get you.
we can't hear you.
Hello?
Hello. Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, we hear you now.
Okay, phew. Okay. I was hoping that wasn't going to turn into a longer thing. Okay, good. I will start over. Sorry about that.
That's fine.
Good morning, Chair Holmes and members of the board. I'm Katie Combs Pritchard, Public Information Assistant for Health and Human Services, and I'm here today requesting a contract amendment for our agreement with Prozio Communications that will extend the contract by another year and increase its amount to $1,059,000 over its nearly 3-year term with an option to renew. As background, we originally conducted a competitive for proposal process to identify a communications consultant to support HHS with an umbrella contract back in 2021. And that cross-department panel recommended Prozio, a local Roseville-based firm with extensive relationships in our community. Lori Prozio and her team have since administered a number of campaigns ranging from the small, we've done tobacco and Alzheimer's campaigns, to larger. So the largest being our cross-department, cross-sector, one pill can kill fentanyl campaign. That campaign, which many of you may be familiar with, earned more than 2 million online impressions among other results. Many of these on Snapchat and other youth-focused platforms where fake pills containing fentanyl are often sold. The campaigns that Prozio has worked on all involve paid advertising placements for specific demographics or geographics, whether on digital or out-of-home platforms. Beyond the campaigns that we've completed over the last year, we've identified about $268,000 in various grant funds, which we'll be utilizing on upcoming campaigns over the next several months, including healthcare enrollment outreach for low-income residents, safe routes to school messaging, and promotion of our new 211 Placer text line. The amendment we're requesting today also gives us some additional room as our
divisions identify additional needs and available grant dollars over the next year plus on an as-needed basis. I'll say that having the flexibility and option of this umbrella contract for our divisions to utilize has allowed them to quickly expend use it or lose it grant funds, to achieve quick turnaround on time-sensitive marketing campaigns, and otherwise improved our efficiency. We've really appreciated Lori and her team's partnership, their efforts and responsiveness during our work together so far. We've achieved some great results and gotten the attention of others statewide looking for model health-related communication strategies. So I have Lori on the line here as well, and then we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions from board members? Is there any public comment? No public comment. So it looks like there's no questions. So we have, we're asked to approve an amendment with Procio Communications to increase funding by $660,000 for a new total amount not to exceed $1,059,000 and increase the term an additional year for a revised term of September 28th, 2021 through June 30th, 2024, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services or designee to sign the amendment with risk management and county council concurrence and sign subsequent amendments up to $100,000 consistent with the agreement's subject matter and scope of work with risk management and county council concurrence. And to approve an option to renew the resulting agreement for 2 subsequent one-year terms in the maximum amount of $499,000 annually, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services or designee to sign the resulting renewals with risk management and county council concurrence, and to sign subsequent amendments up to $49,000 annually, consistent with the subject matter and scope of work with risk management and county council concurrence.
I will move approval of the item, Mr. Chair.
Oh, thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, there's been a motion made by Supervisor Gore and a second by Supervisor Gustafson. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, the item has passed unanimously. Now we'll go to county, where are we now? Oh, I've got one page ahead of myself. We're going to item B, amendment with Advocates for Mentally Housing Incorporated. This is brought forward by Amy Ellis, Director, Adult System of Care. Hello, Amy, again.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, Chair Holmes and members of the board. I am Amy Ellis. I have 2 action items for your board's consideration today. I'm going to read those items first. Number 1 is to approve an amendment with Advocates for Mentally Ill Housing Incorporated for permanent supportive housing units in Tahoe to increase the agreement by $700,000 for a new total amount not to exceed $2,207,835 for the period of October 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2023, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the amendment with risk management and county council concurrence and to sign subsequent amendments up to $100,000 consistent with the agreement's subject matter and scope of work with risk management and county council concurrence. And the second is to make a finding that the requested contract actions are exempt from California Environmental Quality Act review pursuant to CEQA guidelines, section 15301. So on September 22nd, 2020, your board authorized the Health and Human Services Department to apply for HCD, which is the Department of Housing and Community Development Home Key Round 1 funding with AMI Housing, and we were successful in that application. We received an award for $1.4 million in state funding to convert the 7 Pines Motel into 13 units of permanent supportive housing. On November 9th, AMI Housing purchased the motel primarily with the use of Home Key Round 1 funds and began rehabilitation on the property shortly thereafter. The project renovations cost more than originally anticipated in order to meet local regulations and rising construction costs. HCD subsequently released additional community development block grant funds that were meant specifically to further support approved home key projects. So HHS on August 31st applied for this funding as a way to meet the increased cost with minimal impact to local funds. On July 14th, 2022, Health and Human Services was awarded $700,000, which is required to be expended by June 25th, 2023. The construction of this project is currently in process, and the first floor is anticipated to be completed to allow 50% occupancy of the project this spring, which is in line with the funding timeline. So once complete, the project will bring a total of 13 additional units of permanent supportive housing to Kings Beach. Stable housing is a basic need for consumers to benefit from services and supports. This project will provide this life-saving support. Approval of this contract action is exempt from review pursuant to Section 15301 of the California Environmental Quality Act. The new funding has been appropriately budgeted and there are no general fund impacts. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Supervisor Gus?
I'm sorry to have so many
That's all right.
questions today.
No problem.
This is a pretty significant increase in the estimate. I know it's not county general funds, but it is funding a pretty significant increase over what was estimated to renovate those units. Do you have any further description of that? Just that it was outdated. We knew that, and we knew it was in pretty rough condition, but.
Yeah, what I was told is there was more extension level of plumbing, electrical, fire sprinkler installation, mold and asbestos abatement, and some other external required changes due to meet some and this is not my area of expertise, but some requirements for the area to have a sidewalk around there. So there were some unanticipated additional costs after the Home Key grant was approved and that initial budget was established that came up that will be funded with this $700,000.
Thank you. I understand these things. Having remodeled a couple houses in my life, I understand how you get unanticipated surprises as you go through. But we are responsible to be fiduciaries of both the state and our general fund. And I'm just concerned with the 50% increase in cost for the project. So it's pretty significant. And I would hope we could make sure we anticipate that if we undertake such a project again. Thanks. And I know that isn't on HHS, Amy, so thank you for answering.
I understand. Thank you.
Any other comments? I see none. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none. Thank you, Amy, for reading this issue into the record. And I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Is motion by Supervisor Gustafson, seconded by Supervisor Landon. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is passed unanimously. We'll now move to item C, application for behavioral health continuum infrastructure program funding round 5. Again, Amy Ellis.
Yes, good morning. Good afternoon again, Chair Holmes, members of the board, Amy Ellis, Director of the Adult System of Care. I will have 3 actions related to another grant funding application. This is new, but has some similar terminology, so I will try to explain this. This is another grant to expand the behavioral health continuum. So as described in a prior presentation today, the State Department of Healthcare Services, DHCS, was authorized through a 2021 legislation to establish the Behavioral Health Continuum Infrastructure Program. Sorry, I was muted. Did you hear any of that presentation so far?
Just the first few sentences.
Okay, I got muted, but I'm unmuted now. I'm going to continue. I'm sorry about that.
That's all right.
I'll just start at the beginning of the background. Okay, this is, so as described in a prior presentation to the State Department of Healthcare Services, DHCS, they were authorized in 2021 legislation to establish the Behavioral Health Continuum Infrastructure Program. The intent of the legislation was to construct, acquire, and expand properties and invest in mobile crisis infrastructure related to behavioral health. The actions for this item are related to round 5 of 6 separate rounds of funding application opportunities related to these funds. This round 5, is intended to focus on expanding the crisis continuum. Placer County is requesting funds to renovate an existing building on the Placer County Government Center to increase the number of residential treatment service beds for substance use disorders, including the number of withdrawal management or detoxification spaces within our substance use disorder continuum. Access to residential treatment continues to be a challenge across the state, and Placer residents have been impacted by placement shortages. We do not currently have any direct access to urgent detox services. This project would add 8 to 10 beds to provide exactly that for our community, and about 30 additional residential treatment beds that are required after detox, typically for about 30 to 60-day stays and no longer than 90 days, as determined by using the American Society of Addiction Medicine criteria. Residential treatment services are a critical part of our substance use continuum and provide the structure and tools necessary to safely enter and maintain sobriety. Substance use disorder residential and detox services was identified as the #1 need for our county in a planning effort that was funded by round 2 of these same grant funds. We reviewed data, received feedback from key stakeholders, including our criminal justice and healthcare partners, and this particular need rose to the top. These funds are becoming increasingly competitive to receive, however, and the application is due next month. So if we are awarded, these state funds will provide the infrastructure dollars to design and repurpose an existing building in Auburn near existing HHS services. This location is immediately next door to the already secured with the round 3 opportunity of these same funds project for behavioral health services, and in an area of the campus meant to remain throughout the years. This opportunity will allow us to bring in state funding to renovate these buildings and maintain their use for life-saving behavioral health services. Once the renovations are complete, the operation of the facility would be provided by a community-based organization through an RFP process. Services rendered would be reimbursable through the Medi-Cal organized delivery system. The grant application requires a letter of support from our CEO and the behavioral health director, and to be submitted with the application to show support for the project. The requested grant application and letter of support are each not a project pursuant to CEQA guidelines, section 15378B4, and if awarded, subsequent contract actions are exempt from California Environmental Quality Act review pursuant to CEQA guidelines, section 15301. If funding is received, the funding will be included in our budget at that time. So with that, I'm going to read the 3 actions requested of your board. First is to adopt a resolution authorizing the Director of Health and Human Services to submit a grant application to the California Department of Healthcare Services Behavioral Health Continuum Infrastructure Program, Round 5, for a site at the Placer County Government Center, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services or designee to sign the resulting agreement and all related paperwork with risk management and county council concurrence. Second, to authorize the county executive officer and division director of the adult system of care, acting as behavioral health director, to submit a letters of support on behalf of Placer County to be included with the BCHIP grant application. And the third, to make a finding that the requested grant application and letter of support are each not a project pursuant to CEQA guidelines, section 15378B4, and if awarded, subsequent contract actions are exempt from California Environmental Quality Act review pursuant to CEQA guidelines, section 15301. And with that mouthful, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, I have a question, Amy. Is the existing building, is it already doing this kind of services?
So right now, no, it's being used for office-based services. So it'll be renovated and will be used for 24/7 residential treatment. So it's changing from what is being used today.
Okay, good. Any
Mr.
questions
Chair.
from board members?
I have a question.
Oh, Supervisor Landon.
I think this is my first question. actually.
Hmm.
Amy, I have a question about if the grant is awarded, what is the process for public outreach and how long of a process would that be, do you think, to get approval for the grant? And then what would the process be to put in something like this since it is a new use?
Yeah, so I've been working very closely with our facilities department, who has been inquiring with county council and others related to any planning needs. There were provisions into the legislation, both for Home Key and for these B-CHIP funds, that part of Action 3 makes it so that the use, if it's awarded and we meet all other local standards related to the building use, then the CEQA guidelines basically are exempt. So we will not have any further actions to take related to a use permit or anything like that that requires that type of public use process. However, we chose this use as a substance use based on a community input review, where we did both a data review and we interviewed and we asked the public and we went on, what is the top need for behavioral health expansion? And so there was public input at that time that went into deciding that substance use residential was the #1 need. Related to where it's located specifically on our campus, again, those are waived through the grant legislation process. Does that make any other questions about that?
Any other questions? I see none. No other questions, Amy. Anyone in the audience? Any public comment? Anybody online?
Yes, we have 2 on Zoom. Please go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Good morning. I believe I'm muted. Good morning, honorable members of the Board of Supervisors. Congratulations to Supervisor Shanti London on your election to the County Board. May God bless your work. I am Reverend Alex da Silva Soto. I serve with the people of Sierra Foothills Unitarian Universalists in downtown Auburn. And I'm calling this morning to express my appreciation for the work of the Health and Human Services team, and to encourage the board to authorize HHS to submit the grant to remodel this building and make space for life-saving services, as mentioned by Amy earlier. I come from a family that was devastated many times by addiction, and my own father died due to this disease. So to know that our county is paying attention to this horrible form of suffering, it really warms my heart. So thank you very much for that, and please authorize, and I'll be praying that you get the grant, and count on the community of faith to support the work that you do. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Reverend Alex. Any other public comment?
We do, Chair. Sandy, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Yeah, hi, just real quickly. It's great that we're trying to reach out and care for these members of the public. I think that's awesome. This is just one leg of the process of helping in this situation. We obviously have to get to the roots of these problems that lead to people unfortunately becoming dependent on these things. So yeah, this is just part of it. So thank you for doing that. I did want to ask, so when the public comment was included, were the participants that provided comment aware that the location would be where it's being proposed now? And are there any zoning conflicts with that?
Amy, did you hear that?
Yeah, I did. So currently, the facilities, and I have been meeting related to the zoning, and we really have kind of interpreted that while that's continuing to be looked at, it's waived. The requirement to rezone or go through an official process has been waived through the legislation. I can ask facilities or county council at a future board meeting. We could schedule, like, if we receive the award, we could come back to this board to notify the receipt of award and give more details related to that part of it. But I would also say there's going to be another opportunity at the point of when we do an RFP to do informing and to be able to have the provider that's selected make sure that they're receiving public input and being responsive to local desires and feedback related to the location. So there are steps we can take related to community input and making sure that we're good neighbors, making sure that the project really is responsive to community need. However, it is waived to require the rezoning process.
Thank you, Amy. Any other?
One final comment. Gary, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Good morning, Gary Mappa. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you, Gary.
Okay, 60-year resident of Placer County.
Kid.
Advocate for the homeless. I totally support the board passing this resolution. I think it'll be a great tool for law enforcement and for the county in general. At the same time, optimistically, item 8A will move forward, and I think it'll be an essential component to 8A and what it brings to the community. So I look forward to you moving this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. No further public comment. We're at item 6C, which has already been read into the record. So I will entertain a motion for approval.
So moved. I'll second then.
Okay, it's been moved by Supervisor Gore, seconded by Supervisor Jones. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, the item has been approved unanimously. Now we'll move to item 7A, Information Technology. Jarrett Thiessen is presenting.
Good afternoon, Chair Holmes, members of the board. I'm Jarrett Thiessen, Placer County CIO. I'm here today to ask for your approval for a new 3-year agreement with Dell Marketing LP to license Microsoft software for all county employees and across all county departments. We are leveraging the Riverside County statewide competitively awarded agreement as we have done in the past. Microsoft software within this agreement includes, but not limited to, Windows operating systems for all servers and workstations, access to Microsoft Office 365 for all county employees, including Teams and email, Azure cloud services, and SQL Server database licensing, just to name some of the key components of the agreement. The actions requested today are: 1, approve the award of an agreement for a 3-year Microsoft Enterprise Software Licensing Agreement to Dell Marketing LP of Round Rock, Texas, leveraging Riverside County's statewide competitively awarded Microsoft Enterprise Agreement in the maximum amount of $4,483,000 $800 for the period of February 1, 2023 through January 31, 2026, funded by the Information Technology Department's fiscal year 22-23 final budget and fiscal year 23-24 and 24-25 requested budgets. Action number 2, authorize change orders not to exceed a cumulative amount of $448,380, consistent with the procurement policy. And action number 3, authorize the purchasing manager to sign all required documents. With that, I would be happy to address any questions you may have.
Any questions from board members? I see none. Is there any public comment? I see none. So we're asked to approve item 7A, which has been read into the record. I will entertain a motion for approval. It's been moved by Supervisor Jones.
I'll second.
It's been seconded by Supervisor Gore. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, the item has been moved unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Jared. Now, we're going to move to item 8A, County Executive Mobile Temporary Shelter Management Agreement, First Step Communities, presented by Becky Regan and Brett.
Down here. Good afternoon, Chair Holmes, members of the board, Becky Regan from the County Executive Office with the next item for your consideration today, next and last item. This is an agreement with First Step Communities for management of a mobile temporary shelter located at the Placer County Government Center in Auburn. I am joined today by Brett Wood, our county purchasing manager who negotiated this contract, and we are also joined remotely by Probation Chief Marshall Hopper. The request before you today is to authorize the county executive officer or designee to amend an agreement with First Step Communities for management of the mobile temporary shelter on the Placer County Government Center to increase funding for a total not to exceed $1,088,513 through June 30th, 2023, and to execute all required documents subject to risk management and council concurrence. We also request that you authorize use of that dollar amount from American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA funds, to fund this agreement, and that you also approve a fiscal year 22-23 budget amendment in that amount to come from community and agency support. And then finally, should you direct staff to proceed, we'd like you to determine that the proposed action is not a project pursuant to CEQA Guidelines 15378. So we'd like to start the presentation today by providing a brief background on this item. Like many jurisdictions across California, Placer County is grappling with the challenge of developing effective interventions for unhoused individuals. The causes of homelessness are complex and often multi-layered, as are the response strategies, and opinions can vary widely along the continuum between compassion and accountability. With the 2022 point-in-time count of 740, Placer County experiences the lowest rate of homelessness in Northern California and is among the lowest rates statewide. This is at least partly attributable to the investments your board and others have made over the years to support those experiencing homelessness or who are at risk of becoming homeless. As the visibility of homelessness increased over the past several years, neighboring residents, employees, and those seeking services at county buildings expressed their concerns and asked that the county address the growing encampment at the government center. On September 20th of last year, the county received a claim on behalf of several individuals alleging they lost property during encampment cleanings that occurred during April and May of 2022. The county has since executed a settlement agreement to resolve those claims, which requires the county to take the following actions. Establish a temporary mobile shelter for 50 unhoused individuals and establish the infrastructure necessary to support the shelter, including tents, toilets, showers, potable water, charging stations, and trash services. The shelter is to be located on the lot adjacent to 11517 F Avenue on the Government Center. The action before you today is separate and apart from that agreement. It goes above the requirements of the settlement agreement in establishing 24/7 on-site management of the encampment. Today's action reflects staff's recommendations for protecting the health and safety of not only those living in the encampment, but also those of county employees working there, those visiting the government center to obtain county services, and those who live in the surrounding neighborhoods. We intend to solicit input from stakeholders, including the community, to tailor improvements to the plan as we proceed and to inform the anticipated RFP. Additionally, we are repurposing the procurement warehouse at 11517 to serve as the probation outreach center to house the 3 probation staff that work managing these caseloads, and will have space available for other county and contract staff as needed. Of note, approximately 40% of those camping on the government center are on probation supervision, and approximately 80% of those camping have history with the criminal justice system. This data has informed the decision to ask probation to assume a more prominent role in camp involvement. And finally, 24/7 managed camps are being established in numerous jurisdictions across the country, and particularly here in California. Reno, Sonoma County, Portland, Oregon, many have established these types of approaches and are seeing some results. These approaches are often deployed in tandem with more robust camping ordinances, similar to the ordinance your board developed last year. So this concludes staff's presentation, and we are all available to address any questions that your board may have.
Thank you. I have a question, probably for Brett. How was First Step Communities selected to be the manager of this proposed encampment?
Staff researched several different facilities that were already providing similar services, and First Step rose to the top as a company that was already doing tent managed services. They were fairly close to us in that they provide these services in Sacramento, and we spoke to them and asked them about the ability to expand their operation into the Auburn area. We did express to them a full understanding that it was the county's intention to look at a competitive process moving forward, and that this was only for a 6-month contract.
Is that contract going to be terminated at any time if it's not fulfilled?
Yes, sir. It does have termination provisions within it.
Okay, thank you. I'll entertain any questions from any board members. Supervisor Jones?
Yes, I was just interested in some of the other stuff that you presented as part of the staff report about having some other locations cited for probation services, and what else did you mention?
Well, this site that has been identified to house the camp is right next to a building that was formerly occupied by probation for a day reporting center in years past. Given the expansion that has been happening in these outreach services, probation is involved with every jurisdiction in the county right now with taking their probation outreach vehicle out, working with law enforcement partners both in the county and in our cities, and along with HHS social workers and practitioners to do outreach efforts countywide. So because probation is taking on a more prominent role in these things, we're going to repurpose that building for them to serve and provide outreach services. So it's just one site at the government center.
Right. Okay, I didn't see any of that in the staff report provided to us, any of that information. I did have another couple questions. How many prospective folks are we going to be housing there? Do you have any idea based on the settlement? Or have you identified any of those folks that we're going to be moving over from the camp?
Yes, the folks that were involved in the settlement are the first to be relocated to the new site.
Right, and do you have any idea of how many, and how many of them, those that are coming over, are currently on probation?
I might defer to council for that answer.
Right. Let me answer part of that question. Pursuant to the settlement agreement and the final releases, we determined and 33 releases were executed with claimants. Those pursuant to the terms of the release will be offered the first option to move into the camp. There is a timeline in the release as to when they must decide whether they will do that. If there are still tents available and there are other campers that are in the existing site, they may also move on to this campsite. Bear in mind that this vendor contract also assumes that there are rules imposed which each camper, prospective camper, must agree to before they move into that campsite. There's a total of 50 tent sites, I believe. Am I correct?
Yes.
Becky? So that's the part I can't answer about the probation, but I can give you at least that information from the settlement agreement.
I'm just trying to find some statistics on the folks, the potential folks, the 33 that we've identified that can go over there. How many of those 33 individuals are currently on probation?
I don't know if we have that information.
Okay, but the statistics.
Marshall Hopper's on video.
Good, Marshall.
Did you hear that, Marshall? Can you answer that question? Or do you need it restated? Nope, can't hear you. We can't hear you, Marshall. Still can't hear you.
While we're trying to get Marshall on, I feel like kind of one of those commentators where you're waiting for the, the feed to come in. But let me make one clarification too for the record. What the criteria in order to be a verified claimant was that you were there, you were present during one or more of the clean and clear, and that you had verifiable property that was destroyed. So whether or not the individuals are on probation is not relevant as to who we settled.
No, I
with.
understand.
Okay.
But it was the fact that they brought up probation statistics and the inclusion or the thought about bringing probation closer and some of the other things that we're sort of skirt-tailing onto this issue. So I know you gave statistics on how many people were on probation, but I think it was just sort of was it just a kind of a whack at it based on our overall statistics of what probation covers?
Yeah, and probation has been working and had more presence at this site for a number of months now. So they are out there working with these folks and talking with them every day. So these are the types of data that they've been collecting sporadically over the last several months.
It would be helpful to me if they could be a little more specific than just, big percentages. Go ahead.
I have a couple questions. I think I'll have some more, but over the next 6 months, I'm sure we have some method by which we're going to be measuring success or failure. Can you kind of explain what the metrics will be for how we measure success over the next 6 months?
Yeah. And these are the things that we need to sit down still and discuss with the contractor. But what we want to move away from are some of the challenges that we were experiencing at the camp over a year ago. Sheriff's Office was very clear in expressing to us the concerns about the types of activities that were occurring there. We had drug use, we had drug sales, we had drug dealings, we had thefts, other victimization, things that go on at camps like this when they are unmanaged and unsupervised. And, we had at that point, we had a number of folks that seemed to be joining us from outside of the region. They reported to us that we had folks showing up from as far away as Tennessee, Seattle, Portland area, those types of things. So word does tend to get out when there is a camp that is unmanaged, that is open and available for occupancy, that doesn't have a lot of rules or requirements around it. And then often, particularly when there is a strong outreach from community with donations, dropping off food, furniture, sofas, mattresses, the things we were all experiencing back then, that can become and can feed into what we refer to as a magnet effect. So when word gets out that these types of locations are available, that can have a tendency to draw folks in. The distinction between where we were a year ago at the Placer County Government Center with where we are, we're making some progress now. At the height of the camp situation a year ago when we started some of these discussions. We had reached 110 folks on site, and our most recent numbers suggest, around 50. Of course, it fluctuates from day to day, but those are the numbers that we have been tracking and monitoring recently. But our key goal of this camp is to have a focused outreach and engagement with folks to get them into the kind of services that they need. The contractor will be providing the basic case management services. They will be a conduit to all of the services that are provided here in the county. And during the day, the intention is to strengthen and support those activities with probation staff that are on site, and with our health and human services, social workers, and practitioners as available.
Okay, thanks. And then do we know yet what the basic code of conduct rules will be? Have we already laid those out?
We are in the process of developing those now. They include things such as there won't be any direct donations on site. Just yesterday, we worked with the campers. They had requested to be able to clean up the campsite, so we provided some trash bins for them. We cleared another 50 cubic yards of debris yesterday. And that, I believe, is the fourth time we've conducted, that type of cleaning effort, removing about that much debris each time. So we are going to be limiting the amount of things that can be brought onto the site. We will not be allowing donations of mattresses, sofas, dressers, the types of things that we've been experiencing by, I'm sure, folks that are well-intended trying to help, but it really just does contribute to the debris management challenge that we face there. So that's one limitation that we do expect to put into place. There will also be curfews. There will be, we have fencing around the area to minimize and reduce drug sales and drug dealing that was reportedly going on at the site, often late at night. So these are the types of things, and understanding what the challenges have been over the last several years. These are the types of things that we're trying to address and prevent moving forward, with the ultimate goal being to develop the relationship and the trust with these folks so that we can bring them into kind of services that will be of help and assistance to them.
Okay, sorry, one more for now. My understanding is that this site would be Boise compliant. And so if there are people who choose not to go into this shelter, but they're wanting to stay where they currently are across the street, we would have the ability to now enforce a no camping ordinance on that portion. Is that correct?
Anything related to laws related to Boise, I'm going to defer to council.
Boise is a complicated and ever-evolving body of law. What I can tell you is that we have now case law that states that this sort of tent community can be counted towards the number of beds that a jurisdiction is providing to the homeless. And the number of beds is what's critical as to whether we can then enforce, for example, a countywide ban, which is not what we're doing at this point, or whether we are going to enforce a site-specific, such as PCGC ban on everything but this site. So yes, in terms of Boise and its progeny, the courts have recognized that tent shelters are one of the types of facilities for the homeless that count towards an overall jurisdictions counts, and then how they can go about enforcing a camping ban elsewhere.
That's good for now.
Okay. Any other comments? Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you, Chair Holmes, and thank you, staff. I know that through this process, we've been trying to expedite resolution that would be effective and helpful to all of us in the situation. And through that process, through expediting it, we bypassed a typical solicitation for interest in managing it. And obviously, we have a very trusted partner currently on site with the Gathering Inn. They've been working extremely well with our staff, with ourselves, and managing a situation there. And I'm trying to understand why, I know they currently don't manage this, but why we didn't talk to them approach them about potentially trying to assist in this situation?
Well, I'll jump in with a couple comments and then Brett may have some to share too. But, we certainly appreciate the partnership with TGI. They've worked well with us over the years, as you alluded to, Supervisor. But I think what we were interested in, we didn't feel like we had the luxury of a learning curve through this implementation. And we really wanted to work with folks that had the experience in managing these tent camps. It is a unique and different skill set, I believe, to require these types of settings than to manage a shelter with clear admission criteria. And we expect the folks that are working with us in this type of setting to really deploy conflict resolution skills, to work with folks, to work through things that arise in these camps. And what we don't want as an outcome measure is for issues to resolve in more emergency calls for service to the sheriff's office. So we want folks that have the skill to resolve these things before they escalate to, some of the situations that we've seen where we have, fights and things like that can break out. So again, we were looking for folks that had boots on the ground experience, that had already been through a lot of the learning, situations and challenges, and could be prepared to show up and execute this contract very quickly.
Okay, and then I guess I wanted to follow up. Were there any other vendors discussed, or this was the only one that we knew had boots on the ground at this point?
Yeah, as Brett referenced earlier, we have done a lot of outreach and research on what seems to work, what other jurisdictions have done that are a few steps ahead of us in these types of approaches. And then we found this vendor close by, and we visited their site, had conversations with them, and they just seemed like they were ready and willing to step into this and could deliver according to the timeline that we're trying to operate under, which is to make this transition as soon as possible.
Okay. Chair Holmes earlier made the comment, and I just wanted to make sure I reiterate that this is up to 6-month contract and can be canceled at any time with a certain amount of notice. And then how long a time frame would it take to do either an RFI, RFQ for potential services to continue this? Because we understand that have an obligation currently, but on an ongoing basis, I don't think we want to go back to where we were. We want to continue to make progress.
Correct. Staff had already started the planning process for preparing an RFP and a scope of work. We fully anticipate being able to have an RFP with a comprehensive scope of work on the street within 6 weeks, which would be probably late March. And that would give us time to complete a formal RFP process and return to your board in June. The normal timeline for an RFP is anywhere from 90 to 120 days, plus the time to meet the agenda requirements.
And is an RFP required in this situation versus an RFI or an RFQ or?
The board, we have an exception for professional services that's listed. That is how we're referencing this contract. The RFP process is probably our most standardized and the most effective at going out and reaching that vendor community and allowing them to respond. Utilizing an RFI or an RFQ isn't really going to change that timeline. The reason that the timeline is what it is because it requires, we have to give the vendor community about 4 weeks to be able to develop and respond to a proposal in a comprehensive manner. And then we need to allow time for staff to review and evaluate that, conduct interviews, and then negotiate a contract.
Okay.
If I could
Yes.
just actually respond to your question, Supervisor Gustafson, there's no legal requirement for this particular vendor contract to do an RFP. But as Brett is saying, this is typically utilized to be able to provide community and input into the process.
And in that selection process, I mean, obviously what we've learned and what we heard earlier today with potentially applying for grant money for substance abuse units and beds, we want integrated services. We want people to develop that are unhoused to develop relationships that get them to the next stage of self-sufficiency. And what we have with TGI there now, with potentially having another RFP going out for these substance use beds, and then with this, you know, potentially we could have 3 different vendors with different personnel not understanding the needs and building that trust with the individuals to go through a system that could be extremely helpful in their recovery and ability to become self-sustaining. So much like we've heard about one project that TGI had brought forward, the Gathering Inn, with that comprehensive services, I think we have an opportunity here to better our services and hope for better recovery, but we need to have that continuity. I think that is, you know, when people are skittish, what I've heard is many of them wouldn't come indoors even when we offered, and the Gathering Inn did step up and offer beds in the shelter in the recent storms. Many wouldn't take advantage of that because there's a lack of trust or a lack of choice or whatever those obstacles are. And so I really hope our staff will work and with all of the expertise we have to develop a whatever process you're going to use to solicit that is comprehensive and thoughtful and not just, you know, based on what is available quickly. You know, this is a long-term issue for our community, and we've been living with it, and the North Auburn community especially has been living with it. So I appreciate a lot of public outreach. I'm sure I'll have more questions, but I just want to make sure we're thinking through what we're doing here with so many different opportunities to really be maybe the first in the state to have a really comprehensive, thoughtful approach.
Okay, any other
I
questions?
do have a question, if I
Yes,
may.
please.
Thank you. And just a quick question. I know we were working really quickly, or you all were working very quickly to get an agreement, a management agreement, so we could implement this solution for our lawsuit, right? And will this contractor be able to begin in 2 weeks?
Yes, ma'am. They have
Okay.
committed to be available to do a full open and be available to open on February 14th. That's
right.
the date that we had established with them.
Okay, thank you.
Good, that was my
I have
question.
another question.
Oh, Supervisor Jones.
Yes, so you mentioned that you did some outreach and research, so I'm wondering how many other companies did you talk to or have you learned about besides this company and TGI?
There are approximately 4 other companies that we found that we've reached out to and have asked for information. Some of the difficulty becomes in that they're located in that particular community and don't have resources in our area. We did reach out and speak to Sparks, Nevada, and talk to them, but their organization was not in our area and not able to relocate their service program to us. That's what we primarily found, is it was difficult to find an agency with the expertise and knowledge that was also in our area and had the resources to be able to ramp up quickly.
Okay, so then that kind of begs the question for me is what's the point of a request for bids if there are no other companies besides this one and TGI?
Well, there are. I think there's just a little further out
Yeah.
from where we are. So I think with this amount of notice, right, that gives entities time to think through, you know, how they might respond to a request like this.
But
right?
they're going to be
Speed.
outside of the area though,
Yeah,
correct?
Yeah, so it would
Beyond
require,
Sacramento.
you know,
'Cause
bringing in staff, identifying a manager, things like that. So those things that take some time.
Yeah,
And that was the benefit of having someone so close, right? That
Right.
they could redeploy some of their staff. They already
Sure.
knew how to bring staff on. I think it was 17 that they
Yes.
need to have to be able to staff the camp, with the shift relief factor, basically to be able to staff the camp 24/7.
Okay.
It is a distinction, Supervisor, between trying to start it immediately and giving them time through an RFP process to say, we want to start on this date and having them have the time to hopefully plan for that if it's something they wish to respond to.
Right, don't mistake my wanting to do an RFP now. But at the same time, this agreement with this company is not tied to our settlement agreement.
It is not.
So, thank you both.
Supervisor Landon.
I was just wondering if Marshall's mic is working now, if he would be willing to provide some insight from a probation perspective.
Hey,
I am. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you, Marshall.
Okay, we got this. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, members of the board. I'll kind of start with the first question that came up a little bit ago was how many individuals at the camp area are on probation? And I'll have to kind of, before I start, kind of phrase the situation is that's a fluctuating number that changes on pretty much a daily basis, given the fact that individuals being released from jail may end up over there, or individuals just passing through. But it's roughly anywhere between 10 and 15 of the 30-something people that are over there are on a caseload or on probation supervision. That doesn't include state parole, which I know has at least a couple of them over there as well. And then in regards to the offender population or anybody that has ever been in the justice system, that number is significantly higher. Anywhere between 75 to 80% of the people that are over there in the camp either are on probation, have been on probation, or have been involved in our justice system. And that's really one of the reasons why I take a pretty significant interest in this camp, because I know, as the board is aware, and many people are aware of, we're in the business of changing lives and making our community safer. And I look at it as we are in a position to help the situation by providing services, and we're committed to helping the ones that are on probation, but also anybody who just wants to get a better place in their life. And, I've often spoke, over the years about probation having a very balanced approach with our work. And what we mean by that is we mean that we provide direction and accountability in programs and services. And we look at every individual over there in that camp, regardless of who they are, as someone's son or daughter. And our approach is to provide accountability, provide services, and keep doing that until we get it right. And that's really why the interest is with the probation department here, is with the implementation of our probation outreach vehicle, working with Rockland and Roseville and all of our different communities, including our sheriff's department for the great work that they're doing out in our community, Health and Human Services. We're really that middle group that really has that balanced approach. And we've done some great things with this boots on the ground approach, having my probation officers in that camp on a daily basis out there making contacts, because I really believe that the formula for change is accountability, trust, and consistency. And that's what my probation officers have done. And so I look forward to this new building. I'm going to move some of my probation officers to have a workstation inside that building there on F Avenue, where the camp will be located. And so we'll be there on a daily basis. And at some point, as the situation unfolds and we get services available, to really break down what we need and what we can bring to that, such as our reentry program that we've had established for years, approved by your board, our Prop 47 and wraparound adult services programs. So really to see what we can bring to this in addition to the current campsite itself. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have. And again, I apologize for my computer problem earlier.
Marshall, just off the cuff, about how many folks are on probation in Placer County?
Roughly 4,000.
Okay.
So,
just,
and I do know that we have, like, the last count was 309 individuals that are on probation that are listed as homeless.
Okay. So.
And that's countywide.
Okay, got it. Do you also service, are there probationers in the current homeless shelter there on DeWitt?
Yes. I don't have that exact number, but there are, and we bring our probation outreach vehicle over there on a weekly basis and do appointments right there from out front of the shelter, of the current shelter.
Okay,
yes.
But your outreach activity is not quite as stringent as it is at the camp, the homeless camp.
Well, the individuals at the camp are really in a different phase, meaning that they're out there living in the camp in sometimes some pretty unbearable situations. So we're really focusing on those, but we base all of our supervision approaches based on risk. So the individuals that are on their way to making positive changes in the camp, doing things well, we see them based on a risk basis. So, but in the camp and the shelter, we are in there every day.
Okay, I'm concerned, is that draining any of your staff to put them, in servicing 30 or 50 homeless folks when we have 4,000 in the county?
Could you repeat the question again for me, please?
Yeah, I'm just curious if it's draining, does it drain your staff at all to concentrate a dedicated staff to service anywhere from 30 to 50 homeless probationers when there are 4,000 probationers in the county?
Well, we also have the things to consider regarding the risk of the individuals. Each person that's on probation gets a risk score from high, medium to low, and the evidence shows that you focus on the high and medium risk cases. So of that 4,000, there are a pretty decent number of those that we are just supervising on bank caseloads. There's also a pretty decent number of those that are moving or pending transfer either out of state or to a different county as well. So the 4,000 is the total number, but I also have to recognize the fact that we have about 118 probation officers. So we're currently using 3 to 5 of them with this population. So I think the numbers are pretty much in perspective. All of the cases in Placer County, we're very fortunate to have such a great workforce, but everyone who needs to be supervised in Placer County is supervised all the time.
Great. Thank you, Marshall. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marshall. I have a question. If this proposal moves forward for 6 months, and the campers that are there on the campus now, if they choose not to join into this facility, do they go away? Can we disassemble that existing campus there? Is that who's?
Maybe I'll try and field that one. The proposal is, again, the claimants, the verified claimants would be offered the first opportunity to move the camp. Then other folks would be offered the opportunity to move the camp. The intent is to close down the current encampment. The current encampment would, however, be used to store personal properties, so we avoid any future claims, for the 90-day period, which is triggered by the notice to the encampment that we are moving it. If campers elect not to comply with the rules and don't want to go into that facility, then the question becomes, where can they go? And the answer will be, if you don't go to this camp, we have no other camps available. Now, I will say that means that staff needs to move on putting up no camping signs if the intent is to focus on this site and no other site within the campus, because that's currently how our ordinance reads, is where there is a no camping sign, you can't camp there. So it would be that kind of dynamic. It would take a while for it to sort out. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, that's fine. Absolutely right. So it seems like, every day that camp exists now puts the county in jeopardy. All it takes is a fire or someone murdered, the county will be in jeopardy. And so I think it's imperative that we move forward with this and close that camp to keep our citizens safe as well. So it would be my recommendation to move forward with this, but I will got to open it up to public comment. Yeah.
I just had a couple other quick questions. Sure. One is First Step Communities a for-profit or a nonprofit?
I am not 100% sure, Supervisor.
Okay, it calls it an experienced shelter management company, and so I wasn't sure. Maybe somebody can look that up while we're here. The other is For those who may not choose to follow the rules that are established, I know there's concern in the community that they will go on to either private property or other public properties in the canyon or other areas surrounding Auburn. That is a very significant concern for the community in general. So I applaud that we need to deal with this situation, but I'm very concerned that we also are tracking where they're going and not pushing a problem elsewhere that we can't assist with. So that is another concern I have on this. And I appreciated very much Marshall's comments about how important trust and continuity is in establishing relationships and helping people through this. And it's what I said earlier, and I believe it is truly important as we look at a holistic approach.
To answer Supervisor Gustafson's comment, they are a nonprofit.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments from board members? You're all good? Okay, now we'll open up to public comment. Thank you for your patience for sitting here through our meeting. We had to sit here through it too. Mr. Dwelly.
Mr. Chairman, ladies, good afternoon. I'm a homeless guy from the Auburn Airport, and I'm intimidated by all these wonderful ladies, and I almost never get intimidated, except by wonderful ladies. Again, I'm Tom Dwelly at 2349 Rickenbacker Way at the Auburn Airport. Nella Corporation, Nella Holdings, formerly Flyers Energy. We've been dealing with homeless people all over the California in especially our unattended guard locks. That's over now, thank God. It was a big problem. I'm stunned by reading in the paper about the response to this lawsuit. I'm stunned. It seems that some unfortunate decisions were made a few months ago, a bad plan that was poorly carried out, and here we go. Madam Counsel, I need to loan you 2 or 3 of my mad dog lawyers to take this bird on, because this isn't right. We've got to fight this. How could you roll over like that? And clearly you did. This isn't right. We can do this. I'm on the board of TGI. I've been on for a few years now. We have 2 facilities, and we're trying to do the Campus of Hope in Southern County. And we've set aside $300,000. The first $100,000 comes immediately to start the planning as soon as we can nail down that property. And I would urge you to bring that vote soon, rather than kick the can down the road. It's been going on forever. We've analyzed it. We say on the board, paralysis by analysis. Everybody knows what the problem is, and nobody can handle it. We're well into that road, and we can do this project within the TGI. You know, you'll hear from our president in a couple of minutes that we know how to do this. And I'm hearing now that we have 2 homeless camps rather than 1. And Supervisor Gustafson hinted on this last Tuesday, a week ago, on this, and then here we come in the newspaper, and I can't be sure what happened today. We got interdicted by one of the TV stations, I think, and I don't know what happened at Medler's today, but here we are. And but we know what to do. Ultimately, it'll entail probably feeding this people, and we know how to do that. We've imported a big mobile kitchen from the East Coast, and we can handle this project, and we know how to do it. All we need is the money. Thank you very much. The first problem is 2 weeks to be determined a resident of Placer County. That's crazy. It ought to be 2 years. I would urge a vote on that today, if that's possible. Change it to 2 years. Anything else is rubbish. I mean, they're going to be all over us. Build it and they'll come. We saw that in our southern facility. Sacramento County sent their people up. Hey, this is a pretty good deal. We'll have some of that. Well, we had to stop that. And that's got to be very carefully controlled. So the Campus of Hope is our project. And I would hope you would think very seriously about that. We've been at this for a long time. It's going to take all of us. And it's a project that'll work. So thank you again for your action and what you do and who you are. God bless.
Thank you, Mr. Dwelly. Mr. Estes, please come forward.
You couldn't have had this meeting in Auburn, huh? Anyway, Keith Estes, resident, 40-year resident of North Auburn, 13380 Moss Rock Drive is where I live. Also have had a business in North Auburn for 40 years. So for a minute, I can put my North Auburn hat on. I've been a resident and a business owner up to 40 years. We've dealt with the homeless problem, the blunt of it in Placer County for many, many years, okay? That's why I got involved with the homeless program 5 years ago with the Campus of Hope, to see if we can improve the situation. My concern with this, and I'll talk a little bit as a resident first, not as TGI board member, is that the rush on this thing, I don't quite understand it. Tom Dwelly and I have walked through that homeless camp before. Let me tell you something. There was not $400 worth of materials in that camp, personal belongings, let alone $4,000 worth of personal belongings. But be it as it may, whatever as that goes. Pay them what they want, move on. The idea of a tent camp, and as far as what we call a wet shelter or low barrier facility, fine. I don't think you need to rush that right this minute. Because again, the question is, why do that? Why did you go down the path you did? So if I can step over now as board chairman of the Gathering Inn, sure, and make a presentation to you regarding that. Boy, I tell you, as you guys talk, my notes changed a bit here. So the Gathering is, we've always been for a wet shelter. That is the missing component that we need, a low barrier shelter to get them in. And the reason for that is we've found that a homeless person, if we can get them off the street, out of camping on the street, especially in the bad weather, and get them sheltered and calmed down, we have a chance of talking with them, and we can bring them around and move them along. That's been the pattern. You know, a couple of years ago, we provided a proposal for the 50-bed shelter that was unoccupied, and we put that program together. We've done, multiple caseworkers. We have a full management team. We have meals and a great program. We do that whole program, including paying rent to the county, utilities, fully staffed, all the things we do for only about 1.9 million a year, just as to kind of compare numbers there. So we're very good at what we do. And as also Mr. Dwelly spoke about the Campus of Hope. Remember that did include a low barrier program in it. One in North Auburn, one down there on Cincinnati Avenue. So if you want to establish a wet shelter now and do it as a tent camp, it's not the best. An enclosed facility would be better, but if this will suffice, then this will suffice. We're very well adapted doing that. We're the largest provider of homeless programs in Placer County. We know all the nuances running a program in Placer County. We know the area, the people, the issues, the programs. Plus, we also currently work very well, very closely with probation department, as even mentioned. We run currently our indoor shelter program with beds and hot showers. We can also We have staff. You're moving this facility actually closer to our existing facility. It's further away, you're gonna move it closer. It's probably within a couple 100 feet of our current mid-placer facility and our commercial kitchen. So there seems to me that there would be a great advantage here of running both programs of continuity, as you mentioned. We can handle this. We've taken on, we went from a nomadic shelter in Roseville to a fully staffed 24/7 shelter in Auburn. Did a great job at that. We're the largest provider of permanent supportive housing with all the homes we run in Placer County. We run the interim care program for those that are well enough to not be in the hospital, but too sick to be in a shelter. We run those programs. We can handle things like that. Running a tent program, we can do. And I've been in communication with Keith Diedrich, the CEO, and yes, we can staff that. We have the staff to do it. We could get that up and running very quickly for you. When we know how to do it, and we're right there, we have staff on site. I think we can bring more to the party, again, with our commercial kitchen, with the staff we have right there, but also the fact that it's very important, as you said, it's so hard to get them in the door. If we can get them into the tent center, then we can move them along onto the next program, which would be the barrier shelter, and then move them into permanent supportive housing, and then from there all the way out into permanent housing. We have a great track record of doing that. We've already moved a couple hundred people or more than that out of the shelter into permanent housing. That's what we do. But if you break that cycle, as you said, there's a distrust there, and it's not the best for the county. You won't have as good of an outcome. So we're offering our services. We're offering all hands on deck to make this happen if you wanted to. Any
Thank you,
questions?
Keith. Any questions for Keith? I see none. Thank you
Okay.
for your comments. Is anyone online?
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Keith.
Yes. Speaker, go ahead and give your comments.
Good afternoon, Honorable Board Supervisors. I'm still the Reverend Alex da Silva Soto, and I work with the Sierra Foothills Unitarian Universalists folks in downtown Auburn. I also live in downtown Auburn now. I want to first thank Becky Regan and the whole Human and Health Services team and the probationary team as well for all the work that you keep doing. And for this particular project. So I'm calling to express my appreciation. The establishment of this mobile temporary shelter for our house neighbors is an urgent matter. As I heard during the presentation before, it needs to happen yesterday. It would have been great before all the rain that we got, and it would have been great if we didn't have to get to this point that includes litigation. But I want to stay positive here and grateful. So thank you for that. And please authorize this amendment and allow for first step to do the work that needs to be done right away. I'm a little bit confused and possibly even heartbroken to hear some dissension. And please forgive me and correct me if I didn't hear this correctly, but there's some dissension that I've been hearing from TGI board members, and it's just coming across as scarcity mentality or fomenting fear. I am a strong, and I spoke many, many times in support of Campus of Hope, and I will continue to advocate for it. It is a solution, but it doesn't have to sacrifice this immediate need right now, because Placer people of faith have been advocating for water, for sanitation, for cleaning of trash, for dry and human conditions for our neighbors that need it right away. need right now. Campus of Hope has been part of a debate for over 10 years, and I agree, and I'm also very frustrated that it has taken so long for the county to move towards this project, and it needs to be done. But this is a different conversation. The conversation right now, it's this immediate need and this resolution to a lot of harm that was done to our siblings. So let's provide them with safe and dry camp conditions right now. Also remembering that this is not a permanent solution. It's a temporary, it's a mobile solution. And I'll go back. Yes, long-term solutions are necessary. Short-term solutions are necessary. And we need to alleviate and prevent the suffering of our unhoused neighbors in our county, because their suffering is our suffering also. So let's act. And I really appreciate your work. Thank you, Becky. Please move this forward, get it done. It's not perfect. It won't be perfect. There are too many things that need to be done, but they deserve human conditions to be provided. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Reverend.
Mr. Chair, can I say one thing? I just wanted to clarify that today we're not voting on the shelter, temporary mobile shelter. We're voting on the contract with First Step. So I just wanted to make that clarification.
Thank you. Is there any more public? Yes.
Yes, Chairman. Maureen, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, Chairman Holmes and board members and Executive Christensen. Maureen Bauman, a resident of Penryn, and also part of the Sierra Foothills Community, Sierra Foothills Unitarian Universalist Congregation, working with Placer People of Faith Together. Also a former employee of Placer County. I really want to applaud the Board of Supervisors for considering this action for the First Step communities to manage the mobile temporary shelter. And I really strongly urge the Board of Supervisors to approve this item. It addresses the acute issue of homelessness with actions that will make a difference. I believe this action will actually help to end homelessness for many of those who participate. I spend time at the camp, and people there are really suffering. And we know that congregate living, like the shelter, doesn't work for everybody. Placer has done a really good job, as Becky was discussing, to reduce homelessness, but persons who have been chronically homeless with complicated issues, who do not have access to water and showers, are just less likely to get permanent housing. I expect this, and I really think an experienced organization is necessary to start up this program immediately. I expect the temporary program will assist people with multiple challenges to find a way out of homelessness, and that is why I urge the Board of Supervisors to approve this action. I think some of the tracking of data will be people getting permanent housing, and I expect to see those numbers go up. So again, thank you for your attention to this effort. It's very important.
Thank you, Maureen. Is there, excuse me, is this more?
Antonio, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Good afternoon, Board. Chairman Holmes, my name is Antonio Valdez. I'm the managing attorney with Legal Services of Northern California. And I had a couple questions, but also just in terms of general comments, as we see with the camping ordinance that was passed last year. I don't think empathy and thoughtfulness was fully implemented in that, and why we kind of led to this a bit of emergency situation. And I hope moving forward that empathy and thoughtfulness moves forward in this regards. Specifically in terms of my questions, I would like to. I didn't see in what was presented in the staff presentation in terms of what are the entry requirements, and how I understand people related to the lawsuit will be given first choice to move into this tent shelter. But how will other campers be who will have priority after that?
Someone can answer that question? Who would have priority after the ones that were in the lawsuit?
Priority would be given to those that are currently camping there. We are at a point where we have approximately 50 at the current camp, so we don't see an immediate concern with the number of campsites that we are planning on. The criteria to be part of this location are different than our shelter, right? So we don't require folks to necessarily be clean and sober when they come into the camp, but they are not allowed to be using while they're at the camp. So we have a number of preliminary ideas that we've been discussing with probation, reviewing them with council, of course, and risk management. And we also want to then work with the contractor to develop clear criteria that we all support and that we all think are best practice for moving ahead. So we'd be happy to report back on those once they are clearly established.
And will there be any restrictions on pets that will be allowed into the area?
We fully intend for folks to be able to bring their companion animals with them. We understand how important that is sometimes, and is often a reason why people choose not to go into a shelter, because they might have to be parted from their animal. Of course, we need to be mindful that we're not allowing animals in that pose a risk to other campers, but it is our intention, and we are planning to allow animals on the site.
County Council.
Thank you. And just sorry, if I'm allowed, just one more question. If you could just go over the residency requirements that for entry into the camp.
Residency requirements?
Well, residency requirements are very tricky under current law. So I don't care if you want to comment at this point, but I think that, something again that we are reviewing. There have been a lot of discussions around residency requirements, and these are things that really need some thoughtful discussion.
The intent, and this goes back to Boise, which I'm sure the attorney who's online is well versed in Boise and the holdings. We cannot deny someone who is homeless shelter because they are not a resident of Placer County. Also, residency is fairly easy to get, as in a week. And it's hard to enforce who's a resident, who's not. But to answer your question directly, there is no residency requirement into this tent shelter. The other thing I'd like to clarify for the record is in terms of who would be first priority. So again, under the settlement agreement, the 33 verified claimants who executed the releases will be given the first opportunity to move into the new shelter. They will have to agree to whatever the final rules are in order to come into that shelter. And then it will be essentially first come, first serve. As Becky mentioned, the 50 campsites was designed pretty much because that's what we have out there. So again, first the claimants. That may take some time to locate some of them because it's rather fluid as to where they are. But once we're beyond that, it's first come, first serve.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Kathleen, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hello, and I did miss the first portion of this. I had an appointment, I'm sorry. So forgive me if I ask questions that have already been answered. Thank you for hearing my concerns. I have lived in Placer County for most all of my life. After being affected by the homeless population in North Auburn, I felt the need to speak up regarding how funds are to be used for the citizens of Placer County. In my research of First Step communities, I found their website requests for money and volunteers and photos of tents on sidewalks. Nothing new, nothing improved. Have any of the board members personally toured a successful operating community that they speak about? Auburn has already went through the nightmare of handing off contract for the temporary emergency shelter to Right Hand Auburn and VOA. Empty promises, all smoke and mirrors. Let's not do that again. Please look closely at the track record of this organization. The executive director's compensation has increased from $43,000 in 2017 to $90,000 for the years of 2019, 20, and 21. That's a pretty good wage increase, and still homeless are on the sidewalks. Is Sacramento giving them $1 million every 6 months? Can First Step address some of these scenarios? A resident went outside to drink and do drugs, but still has these banned items on their persons when they return. When a fight breaks out, the screaming throughout the night, when their belongings exceed the allotted area. What is the process procedure when these issues occur? What if they are not addressed? Let's remember, these individuals are not in the housed shelter because of their choice. They do not want to be clean and sober. They refuse help, as brought up in one of the recent meetings with Ms. Gustafson. How is giving First Step $1 million going to fix this? I suggest it should be overseen by HHS to address the mentally ill and a reputable security company that has the authority to enforce the guidelines of this agreement. Please save the allotted funds for a program that shows progress and improvements for Placer County, not put into the pockets of others to be spent outside Placer County. And I agree with what the Gathering Inn has done. That's local. We see their help. We've seen what they have done, but I don't see that First Step has done anything for Placer County. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Last one.
Last one.
Gary, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Thank you. Gary Mappa. I already introduced myself earlier, 60-year resident of Placer County, advocate for the homeless. I support staff's recommendation for First Step. I researched them enough to feel very confident they're capable of doing what we need to have done quickly. And I would like to see our board move forward with them as our management company. Also, with regards to RFP, this is a 6-month contract. If they don't perform, then yes, I suggest it should go out for an RFP. But at the same time, when the extension for the Gathering Inn at Mid-Placer, I don't remember there being an RFP to solicit additional quotes from other vendors to maybe do a job equal to TGI, or something that's good for the community. So I kind of like what's good for the goose is good for the gander. I support First Step and I support staff. I'm very, very happy with what I see probation doing for our community and the outreach they do and the one-on-one compassion they have for the homeless. I probably shouldn't say what I'm going to say, but all the times I've been out there, call it Tent City, helping with cleanups, very rarely did I see anybody but Placer people of faith together with volunteers and our good probation officers. Maybe once I saw somebody from TGI. So that sends a message to me that needs to be, maybe some adjustments made in the future. Right now, I'm looking at what's needed right now. I agree totally with Becky. Probation and the vetting that's been done for First Step to run this project. Monitor what they're doing, and in 5 months, let's, take a guess on, look at the data. Also regarding TGI, I remember years ago, we used to get all kinds of updates and data. They're talking about how many people they put into housing. Let's get that data out there so I can see it and the public can see what successes they're having. I'm making opinions based on lack of data. And so I think it's very important that what's going on now be, put out to the public so we can see the numbers. You all know probably how I feel about Campus of Hope. Right now, that's the biggest missed opportunity that I've seen. The efforts that the Gathering Inn has put into that, David Loya, back when I think it was called the Lazarus Project, if anybody can remember that far back. Keith and what they're doing to, try to get that to the, on the table. But my opinion right now, politically, it's not going to happen. And we need to deal with what we've got going on here and not rely on the Campus of Hope. As much as I would love to see it happen, I think we need to maybe look at that property for housing. One of the biggest problems we got right now is there's no housing, whether it's workforce housing, interim housing, or just simple housing similar to tents, huts, or some type of small trailers or tiny houses. So with that, I support Becky and staff's recommendation that we go forward and we award this to First Step. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
Chair, we have one final hand raised. Cliff, go ahead and give your comments.
Hello, this is Father Cliff Hagen-Jose. I'm the rector of St. John's Episcopal Church. Live in Placer County down in Roseville. I'm also the vice chair of the Gathering Inn, as well as on the Planning Commission for the city of Roseville. As I've been listening to the discussion and reviewing some of the materials that were provided, the concern that I have right now is I haven't heard a whole lot in terms of the involvement of Health and Human Services with this project, and in particular with an emergency that has been put forward that I think really does deal with Health and Human Services. And what I'm hearing is that a situation that has kind of been caused by law enforcement in some ways interaction with the campers has created this emergency. And now it's an aspect of law enforcement that is has proposed a solution for how to deal with this whole problem, when what we're talking about is how to care for every beloved child of God that exists within our community. And so I'm concerned that the focus on just trying to make a lawsuit go away, a potential lawsuit go away, is directing us in a fashion where, if it's not done right without the involvement of many different people who are involved currently with how to best serve from a health and human standpoint, human services standpoint, how this could be addressed. I think that potentially we're setting up a situation where there are unintended consequences that will happen. I'm concerned, for instance, somebody who is in a camping situation who's not connected with probation, feeling that this would be a solution that they would be interested in doing. And if they decide, no, I don't really want to get connected with a law enforcement aspect of how this will be run, I prefer to stay out on my own. We're setting up a situation where we're just going to continue to allow a process, allow a situation that will just continue to fester and manifest itself in other ways. I'm really kind of surprised because I know that the Gathering Inn was not consulted in any way about any of this, and that we first learned it as it was with the press release that came out that this was going on. I'm really disappointed in the people we ask to serve us, that they haven't thought this through in this way, to at least reach out, get some thoughts, get some opinions, so that collaboratively we as the people of Placer County can solve this situation. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. No more. Supervisor Jones, thank you for your patience.
No problem. It's really a simple question. The idea of a kitchen came up, so I'm just curious, how are we planning to feed the folks that are going to be in this tent city, if you will?
We haven't crossed that bridge yet. And so I think that's why we want to speak with the contractor to again understand how they have addressed this in other locations. We have many opportunities available to us if we do decide to bring that into the camp. One of them would be to just work with our current food services contract that provides meals to the inmates. We could expand that contract. We could consider working with TGI's kitchen. You know, there are many things that we could explore and discuss and consider. So again, those are one of the things on the many list of things that we are anxious to start, discussing and bringing formal recommendations forward.
Yeah, it might be helpful to us if we have an idea of, how much it's going to cost and who's going to be responsible for it. Because even if the First Step decided or agreed to it, then we would have to amend that contract as well.
Yes,
Yeah.
that could be possible, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Supervisor Gustafson.
I wanted to follow up on that. We currently don't provide food. Many of our faith-based organizations are providing food and meals out there. We're currently not providing food out there.
That's correct.
And if you're talking about additional services beyond what we've just approved, I just want to make the point that's even more resources than what the board has been presented with. I'm concerned about that. And I'm concerned that we're not fully prepared here when we say, we're going to start talking now about food services on site that we haven't been providing previously. Because there are no limitations on them leaving the site and going out and getting food as they have been doing now, correct?
Correct.
And I do believe we talked about when we were discussing the claims that by opening up that building, people could drop off food there. We could have a more controlled environment for donations of food and water versus what was going on. Is that not correct?
Yes, that is correct too. That's another possibility I should have mentioned. Yes.
Okay. So that concerns me. That I'm also somewhat concerned about the fluctuating numbers. I know there's 50 there today. What happens when we fluctuate upwards from that? What are we prepared to do? And what would our requirements be? Because once it's full, we would have to expand in order to maintain no camping outside. Is that not correct? And this is more for council.
Part of this is, I hate to say this, it depends. It depends on what happens during the 6 months. It depends whether staff moves forward to put up signs that says no camping. Because right now we have a couple of signs up for no camping, but we by no means have the entire PCGC campus signed for no camping, which means those folks could go to another part of PCGC that isn't signed and can sleep there. That's what we face. So there's a little bit of a chicken and an egg here. 50 is the amount of tents that have been purchased. 50 is the amount of pads that have been developed for this. And it is anticipated that if we hit 50, I can't speak for the folks that are going to run this, but the answer is going to be, we are full. But what is incumbent upon staff right here and now is to make decisions about where we're going after 6 months, because otherwise we will be facing those questions without concrete answers.
I appreciate that. I know we're in a bind, and I understand how hard staff has worked, and especially our county council and your team for what we were faced with the claims and what we need to do as compassionate citizens of our community and our leadership here on the board. I think it was a huge mistake not talking to TGI, and I own up to part of that, board members, that there were some questions asked, but I didn't pursue it as fully as I should have prior to this solution being proposed. with that, I also feel really torn because we do need to address the claims and provide that resolution that is required. So I am very torn about the situation we're facing right now today, but I do believe it is essential for the board to take some sort of action and give direction. If the majority of the board does approve this, I would ask that we strongly ask that we look at an RFI or a process that really integrates services in continuity and trust on that site. I think it's a huge mistake to just think it's open to any bidder and anybody. We have Placer County businesses and Placer County leaders on the board of TGI that have committed countless hours of time and fundraising to help serve our unhoused. And we can't ignore that. So I just urge us to take that very, very seriously.
Thank you, Supervisor Gustafson, and I would agree with your comment. Supervisor Gore.
Thank you. And I appreciate those comments as well. We really have a terrific partner with the Gathering Inn, and I appreciate you all bringing this to us. This has been a challenge, and it's a challenge. There's lots of challenges, right? But we are looking at addressing an issue where instead of just giving a whole lot of bunch of money to an attorney or claimants, to actually addressing some type of solution temporarily. I've been sitting on the ad hoc committee of homelessness with our city partners. And one of the things we have realized is that we do need some type of low barrier shelter in Placer County for those who are not clean and sober necessarily, who can't be in the current shelter that the Gathering Inn runs. And so we see, people have pets. We see that we need some type of low barrier shelter. This will allow us to have a pilot project for a low barrier shelter. It'll allow us to find out what works and what doesn't work. It is temporary. This may not be the location forever. We do have HHS services on site, and we have the opportunity to bring in services. So I think that that's good. I wish we had had more time to do a larger RFP to include more people to provide the services. And I think, as we saw with the Gathering Inn, they provided a great service moving from Volunteers of America to running the shelter now. And I would think that they could do that. So I am for moving forward with this contract. I want to be careful in increasing costs, especially the food component. Because that makes it even less temporary. I want to be very careful with that. And this is a very large amount of money, and I know it's a stopgap. For right now, it is a 6-month stopgap. This is not our intent right now to say this is what it's going to be forever. I do think that we should, as we move forward, and if we do think we might continue some form of a low barrier shelter, that we start an RFI or an RFP process so that if we move forward, we have some options with operators. And that gives more than just one entity an opportunity to partner with the county. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to move forward with the mobile shelter management agreement.
Can I make one more comment before we move for a second? Or I can wait until after a second to comment?
Oh, yeah, I'd rather have a second at this time.
Okay.
Is there a second?
I could second it. I also have some additional comments as well.
Okay. All right. There's been a motion, Supervisor Gore, second by Supervisor Landon. We'll open it up for further discussion. Supervisor Landon.
Oh, you
No,
go
no,
first.
no.
Go ahead.
Well, I wanted to comment. I know I appreciate Supervisor Gore's comment on potentially this being like a pilot project for low barrier shelters. But I think that I don't want us to have such a narrow focus or miss the opportunities that the Gathering Inn is offering with the Campus of Hope, because they have wrapped around with low barrier, pets included, all the way to services under one roof in a progressive fashion to include independent living in affordable housing. So I think instead of thinking of this as a pilot project and thinking of a way to be successful with a low barrier facility, I think we need to put our vision out there to solving all of it under one roof. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Well, I wanted to express that I have been so impressed with the Gathering Inn. They have been wonderful partners and I think are doing an incredible job. And I think just seeing where we came from with the way the current shelter was operated before and how much it has improved and the support of the neighborhood that you have now, I think speaks to your management and the management of the people who work there. So I wanted to make sure I said that. I also very much agree with Supervisor Gustafson that June seems like a really this seems like a long time. I'm concerned if we put out an RFP and it takes six weeks to get it back to us, and then we won't be able to do anything until June. I'm a little bit worried about that timeline. And I know that we can cancel at any time with 30 days notice. My question is, can we, with this contract, can it be a month-to-month contract where it's going concurrently with a opportunity for the Gathering Inn to come forward with whether it's an RFI or something, or do we have to stick with the 6 month?
You have to ask procurement.
Well, I think we can structure it however your board directs. But I think one of the things I would caution in that is that those very short-term contracts can be very challenging to staff.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're trying to hire 17 people to come in and work an overnight shift, if they don't know if they'll even have a job 3 weeks from now, it becomes
Right.
very difficult to staff it and to develop training and build teams and build work schedules and things like that. So that is kind of the flip side of that, which is why we wanted to give a period of time with, again, our intent being to start on the RFP when we've already had discussions on it and how it might work and how we might incorporate those outcome criteria that you referenced, Supervisor, how we might pull those things together. And I think one of the other things that we thought would be important would be to check in with the community and the neighbors that surround the government center there and see what are they noticing about a different approach, right? Are they seeing impacts? Are they seeing improvement? And we wanted to allow time to have that community outreach to inform not only the plan, but also then the next RFP. Because in the RFP, it will be up to staff to set the criteria that we're looking for in the plan. So they can adequately respond with accurate costs.
Actually, can I clarify that response? As I understand it, and Brett can chime in here if I'm incorrect, but this contract was negotiated based on a 6-month period of time. I'm not sure without renegotiating with this vendor that we have the ability right here and now to say we're going to go just month to month. I don't believe we do.
Okay.
Yeah, it would take renegotiating, yes.
Yeah.
Karen, of course,
Okay.
yes.
And I just wanted to add to, I think someone at some point said, build this and they will come. And my perspective is really that this is a more restrictive situation than what we have out there right now. And so my own dad died homeless. And so this issue is near and dear to my heart. And he was one of those people that didn't take advantage of services. And so I understand the concern that if you put something there and you're managing it, that now people are going to want to come participate. But I personally believe more people would want to participate in the free for all that's out there right now, as opposed to having to abide by the rules that are going to be in place. At least that's my hope. But I think this will be an adaptive management situation where either we get to the end of 6 months and we're, really happy with the way things have been going and the neighborhood is happy and content with the way things are being managed, or, it's a disaster. That's always a risk. So I am supportive, as I seconded the motion, of moving forward because I understand we're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. But I do really want the Gathering Inn. If I had a preference, I would want them to have an opportunity to throw their hat in the ring because they are local and they have proven themselves here.
Thank you. Any other?
Just-
Supervisor Gore.
Thank you. Just one more item, and that is, as far as a residency requirement, I understand that we can't necessarily have a residency requirement, but I would like to ask that we are addressing the needs of our residents in Placer County first. I would hate to see the contractor, if they didn't have enough space, move people up from Sacramento County to Placer County, because we do have plenty of people in Placer County who are homeless. So I just want us to eyes wide open that that is something that is not acceptable, that if they've got space, if they need to move people up here, that's not appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I just want to say, you know, I've been involved with the Gathering Inn before Keith Diederich. I was actually one in 2005. I think I had my first couple of meetings, and then I was approached by the Gathering Inn to join their board, and I did so happily. And I was a very good advocate when it came time to have a new provider at the shelter. And I was very supportive of that and worked with Keith to make sure that that happened. So I know the Gathering Inn does a great job. I have no doubt if they were prepared to take over this shelter in 6 months, or this project in 6 months, that they would be very adequate and be able to do that. So having said that, there's a motion before the board. This is item 8A, a mobile temporary shelter management agreement, First Step Communities. Item 1, authorize the county executive officer or designee to amend an agreement with First Step Communities for management of a mobile temporary shelter on the Placer County Government Center to increase funding for a total amount not to exceed $1,088,513.90 through June 30th, 2023, and execute all required documents subject to risk management and county council's concurrence. 2, authorize the use of $1,088,513.90 of American Rescue Plan funds to fund this agreement. Item 3, approve a fiscal year 2022-23 budget amendment, community and agency for community agency and support. Determine the proposed action is not a project pursuant to CEQA guidelines. And do we need to add anything for Supervisor Gustafson's recommendation, or is that?
We
No?
have that on the record.
Okay, so that's the motion has been made and seconded. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Gore,
Aye.
Landon,
Yes.
Jones,
My vote is not based on establishing a temporary facility. There are other concerns, but I vote no.
Gustafson,
I would say the same thing. I'm going to vote no, but it's not because I don't support what staff has done with establishing the shelter. It's who the provider is.
Holmes.
Aye. All right, the motion has been approved on a 3-2 vote by the board, and that concludes this item for us. We now will go to county council and adjourn to closed session.
The board will now adjourn to closed session to consider 3 items of existing litigation and 1 item of anticipated litigation.
The board just returned from closed session, and county council will report out.
The board met in closed session to consider the following. Under existing litigation, In re Dupree, the board heard a report and authorized settlement on a 5-0 vote. In the matter of In re Luica, the board heard a report and authorized settlement. In the matter of In re Murchison, the board heard a report and authorized settlement, and on those last 2, it was 5-0 vote as well. Under anticipated litigation, the board heard a report on 1 potential case and provided direction on a 5-0 vote. This concludes the report out of closed session.
That concludes the activities of today's meeting, and we are adjourned.